Have a seat and let's get started. Want to welcome everybody to Dalton. I'm going to ask Chairman Tanner to open up with prayer, and then he's going to introduce the mayor to say a few opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let us pray. Our most gracious and kind Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for the opportunity to gather out, Lord, to do the state's business and your business this morning, Lord. Thank you for traveling mercy. God, continue to bless us throughout this day. Forgive us where we fail you, Lord. Bless our conversations today and our work, that it might be in some way uplifting to you, your name, Lord. Most of all, thank you for that of my personal salvation. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. All right. Again, to echo what Chairman Beach said, welcome everyone, and thank you for Dalton and the college for hosting us today. Beautiful campus and a beautiful town here in Northwest Georgia. I believe we have the mayor with us, Mayor Mock, who is the mayor here in Dalton, and would love for him, if he would, to come up and just give us a welcome. And Mayor, thank you for hosting us here in your beautiful city.
Well, it's absolutely our pleasure to have you in Dalton, get to showcase one of our newest buildings on campus, and just show you the strength of this city and what we're doing up here as far as education. And I hope you get a chance to drive around a little bit and see what we're doing with transportation, and be good to us. We can use all we can get, and we use it pretty widely up here, and I hope everybody else does across the state. But again, thanks for being here, and thanks for what you do, because I know what government service is all about. It takes time, it takes effort, and while I'm here, you guys are doing a great job for us. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mayor. And anything that we do that you don't like, it's Tom's fault at GMA, so that's who you need to blame.
I'll make a note of that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ready to go? Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and get started with the meeting today. We've got a good agenda ahead of us. I want to say, in case I forget later, always appreciate our staff that helps put this together. We couldn't do it without them. We got a great research staff in the House and Senate, and good admins in the House and Senate. We're going to get started with the American Transportation Research Institute. Rebecca Brewster is going to come up from the American Truck Research Institute and present to us. Thank you.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to finally be able to attend the meeting. I travel quite a bit, so I appreciate scheduling where I can be here today and talk to you a little bit about my organization and the research that we do on behalf of the trucking industry. If you are not familiar with ATRI, the American Transportation Research Institute, we are the trucking industry's not-for-profit research organization, and all the work that we do on behalf of the trucking industry is focused in the areas you see here. Pretty much if it has a nexus to trucking, we are generally doing some work in that area. One of the hallmarks of ATRI as a not-for-profit is we provide all of our research free of charge. And so our website address is listed here, truckingresearch.org. It's fairly intuitive, it's what we do. And that's where all of our research studies can be found. And I'm just going to touch on a few of them today. Just a little bit about the governance of ATRI. We are governed by a board of directors made up of the CEOs of the organizations you see here. Our chair is Judy McReynolds, who is the chair of ArcBest Corporation. But this is where the real heavy lifting at ATRI gets done. This group of trucking industry stakeholders is annually responsible for figuring out what are the trucking industry's top research priorities. Where should ATRI be applying its expertise? I'm very pleased we have a member of our Research Advisory Committee in the audience today, Victoria King with UPS. And as Victoria can share with you, I'm sure, what is so compelling about this group is the diversity in who they represent in terms of freight movement. The logos you see here represent not only trucking companies and trucking industry suppliers, but we have truck driver groups represented as well. We have both the Teamsters, unionized drivers, as well as OIDA, which is the Owner-Operator Independent Driver Association. We have academia, we have a metropolitan planning organization, we have a State Department of Transportation, we have law enforcement, truck driver training schools, truck stop operators. It is really a very diverse group of trucking industry stakeholders, whose, again, their one job each year is to figure out what are the trucking industry's top research needs to which ACTRI can focus their resources on. One of the inputs to that process is an annual survey we do at ACTRI. We just released the results of the 2019 survey, so this is hot off the presses, if you will. Each year since 2005, we survey the industry at large, trucking fleets, trucking industry suppliers, professional truck drivers, to figure out what are the top issues of concern. So beyond what are the research needs for the trucking industry, what are the things that are impacting our day-to-day operations? The number out to the right of each of those issues listed is where it ranked the previous year. And so the driver shortage, our challenges in finding qualified drivers, remained at the #1 spot actually for the 3rd year in a row. The hours of service rules that govern how long commercial drivers can operate stayed at the #2 position. 2 new issues on the survey this year that showed up for the first time: driver compensation and detention, how long drivers are held up, and I'll talk a little bit about that one. And then #5 is truck parking, or the lack of available truck parking. Those are the overall results. I think the more telling picture of the trucking industry is when you look at how those results break out by how truck drivers view them versus how trucking fleets or motor carriers view those issues. On the motor carrier side, the #1 and 2 issues are the driver shortage and driver retention. So finding drivers and keeping drivers. And what I often tell trucking industry audiences, if those are your #1 and 2 issues, then I think you better understand and appreciate what truck drivers say are their big issues. And on the truck driver side of the equation, how much they make, driver compensation, the hours of service rules, and truck parking are their top 3. So let's look at what we're dealing with in terms, yes, sir?
I want to just ask you a question. I was driving up 75 from North Fulton, and I saw trucks parked on the, kind of the entrance and exit ramps. Were they parking overnight because they couldn't find a parking spot?
They are, and I've actually got some visualization of that. It's a very
Really?
big issue here, and we've done some research on that topic, actually.
So they just,
There's
they're-
nowhere else to park.
in their e-logs, they've got to stop,
Right.
and so they just stop there and sleep.
They do, because they don't, they're mandated to take an 8 to 10 hour break, so they have to take that rest. Their electronic log tells them they're out of time, and there is nowhere else for them to park. And drivers realize that A, it's unsafe for them, it's bad for the infrastructure because those ramps aren't designed to hold heavy commercial trucks, and it's unsafe for the vehicles that have to navigate around. So it's a bad situation for everyone. It also puts law enforcement between a rock and a hard place, because law enforcement knows trucks are not supposed to be parked there, but those officers also know that those drivers have to get that rest, and there's nowhere else for them to park.
What is the time frame on resting? How many hours can they drive before they have to take the heat?
There is a 11-hour driving window, at which point you have to take 8 hours minimum, and then if you take 8, you have to get the tube somewhere at night. So it's a 24-hour clock. It's a
So-
14-hour on-duty clock, but that includes 11 hours of
So
driving.
back to that, as soon as they get off that exit and they park, they hit their electronic log, they wait 8 hours sitting right there?
That's correct. Unless they're taking their 30-minute rest break, which is also part of the rules. Within your first 8 hours of driving, drivers are required to take a 30-minute rest break. Oftentimes, again, because of the lack of available truck parking, they'll just pull off on a ramp and take their 30-minute rest break. But typically, if it's overnight, they're getting that full 8 hours. On the driver shortage?
Can I ask one more
Yes, sir.
question?
Go
Is there
ahead.
any app to let them know if there's parking available at a pilot truck stop, or
Yes.
so that they can try to get there?
There are
So they're not parking
a
on-
number of apps. In fact, there's hundreds of apps that service the trucking industry.
Yeah.
And a lot of them provide available information on available truck parking. What is happening is a lot of the private truck stop operators are carving out a portion of their spaces for paid reserve spots. And so That's taking capacity out because in a lot of instances, those owner-operators don't have the ability to pay for those spots. So if I'm a driver, I don't have a reserved spot, I pull into that private truck stop, and there might be spots right up close that are reserved spots, but I can't avail myself of those. If all the other spots are full, then I've got to either keep going, continuing to use up my hours of service, or if I'm out of hours of service, find a place to park somewhere else.
I mean, because I got to tell you, folks, with our port getting ready to double in volume when we expand it, and we have more trucks going in and picking up product, we're going to have a major problem if we don't address this one issue.
The truck parking issue is a major issue. And quite frankly, it's hard to decouple these issues because they're all so related. But one of the points we make is if we solve the driver shortage, if we were able to get enough drivers to haul the freight that's needed, that truck parking situation gets even worse.
Can I just,
Yes.
I saw the same thing that you did, and I was going to ask, and I'm so glad to hear, a couple other points. One is the parking, but do we have enough truck stops where they can get their gas? Because I live near one, and it can be quite challenging for people who live around them. So are there enough of those? Do they have the capacity to deal with increased traffic, and also the weigh stations?
Right. Great questions. So, and I know Daniel, I'm not going to step on Daniel's toes because I know he's going to talk about the Jason's Law, the federal study, that version 2, that's looking at the total inventory of parking. And I suppose if you looked at the entire country's worth of available parking at private rest areas, you could say we have enough, but it's not where it needs to be and when it needs to be. It's a sort of a location and a time of day issue. Particularly under the current hours of service rules, where there is this required full 8-hour block. We have drivers and truck stop operators who tell us, the truck stops are full by 4 or 5 in the afternoon because drivers are going to go ahead, get a spot, so they've got a spot because they know they've got to be there for their 8-hour break. I've got some great visualizations on truck parking, so stay tuned. Real quick on the driver shortage. This is what we're facing. This is the age of our driving workforce. And this compares us to the construction, professional and business services, and the entire U.S. workforce. And what you see is our drivers, we have the highest percentage in the 45 to 54, 55 to 64, and 65 and over, which is great. We have mature, experienced truck drivers. But we also have the lowest percentage of our workforce at that bottom end of the continuum, 20 to 24. If we do not, as an industry and as an economy, national economy, do something to bring more young people into the trucking industry, the folks on the right are going to retire and we're going to have an even worse driver shortage. The American Trucking Association puts our current shortage numbers for over-the-road truck drivers at about 60,000 truck drivers needed in the over-the-road sector right now. This is one of those issues that people outside the industry may not appreciate, but it showed up on our survey as number 3, and I just want you to understand what this issue is. We call it detention. If you're not in the trucking industry, that sounds like what happened to you in elementary school. It's as bad or worse in the trucking industry. So I go to pick up a load, the load is not ready, and I have to sit there and wait. So we wanted to document how bad this situation was. We documented it in 2014, and then we repeated this data collection in 2018. And this is just one of the findings. 27% increase in drivers who say they have delays of 6 or more hours. Imagine going to your place of work, arriving on time, and being told you had to sit there for 6 hours before you could start your workday. And oh, by the way, the hours of service are ticking because you are on duty. And so your available capacity to earn a living and keep on moving down the road is greatly diminished by this detention issue. So that's why this is such a big issue in the trucking industry. Here's that truck parking issue.
Well, on
Yes, sir.
the previous slides, the causes of the detention.
We asked drivers and motor carriers what they believe is behind the detention issue. And I like to tell people we had to put the 4-letter word filter on some of those responses. But in many cases, they point to dock personnel. Not enough dock personnel, not enough dock capacity. So it's really that as the economy is ramped up, more freight movement, the folks on the receiving and shipping end haven't met that additional capacity with what they need to move the loads through.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Going back to the hours of service, why can't we get the feds to give credit for that 6 hours? They can get their sleeper and get some shut-eye and let that go toward their time.
Well, FMCSA has actually published a notice of proposed rulemaking. So they are looking to add some additional flexibility to the hours of service rules, which would allow that 8-hour block to be split, which is what we used to have prior to 2005.
Have the electronic logs reduced accidents?
So the question is, have the electronic logs, which is now how drivers have to record their hours of service, have they reduced accidents? We've actually seen the crash rate has increased since the mandate. But
say
it's
they've
very,
increased?
yes, it's very hard to tie those two together. The electronic logs are just a way to record and ensure compliance. It didn't change the hours of service rules. The hours of service rules are still the same. So, and quite frankly, before the ELD mandate went in place, a good percentage of your larger fleets were already operating with electronic logging devices.
And the mandate's only been in place 10 months, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Since December of 17. And the end of this year, December of 19, actually 2 years,
2 years, okay.
we will have the last little piece of that, which is fleets which were using a previous iteration, which are called onboard reporting devices, have to transition to ELDs. It's sort of an inside baseball thing. It's not, there'll be some little hiccup there capacity-wise, but not like it was when we first went to the ELD mandate.
Let me ask you too, and I've got some other questions, but I'm gonna wait till the end because there's things I think on your list that the state might be able to have some input in. But this one, I'm not sure that we could, but your organization, do you have any ideas from an industry perspective what you all can do to help, since this is, I think, number 3 on your list with detention?
And the reason I include it here is because I think it's important for you to understand, because when a driver is held up 6 or more hours to get back on the road, and now they have to find a place to park because they only have 11 available hours of driving, 14 on duty. So while you can't directly impact detention, it does impact what you're doing here. Now, in terms of what we can do, you know, there are pushes to have shippers of choice. So essentially, the good housekeeping seal of approval on who are the customers we want to deal with. And when capacity's tight and the economy's good and shippers need the truckers, they treat our drivers a lot nicer. That equation goes a little bit in reverse when the economy slows down. But I think there is more and more recognition because of the driver shortage. There are more and more of our customers, generally in the trucking industry, who understand that how they treat our drivers really impacts our ability to have drivers.
I would say from an industry perspective, it's a big focus of ours. So when we monitor I work for Home Depot, we monitor every time a truck checks in, at the time they check in and depart the yard. We watch that as a metric. We report on it with our carriers, and it's something that we monitor.
And have you noticed, like places like Home Depot, UPS, your larger corporations, is there less of this issue because they probably are doing a better job monitoring than at your smaller locations?
A lot of times this is driven by the commodity, and in fact, both in our research and other research, the Inspector General of the DOT studied this as well. A lot of times it's in food transportation, refrigerated warehouses, refrigerated transport where detention is particularly egregious.
Senator Jones?
Hi, thank you for being here. I'm curious about the number one issue as far as the trucker compensation when there's a shortage of drivers, and it's a highly competitive market right now as far as, you know, people want to hire good drivers, and they usually hire them based on compensation packages. So maybe elaborate a little bit, or what is the average long-haul trucker proposal and maybe a short-run trucker?
So first of all, for why it's number 3 on the survey and number 1 overall for drivers, there's really 2 issues at play here. Because the shortage is so significant, fleets, and we've documented this in our research, fleets have been increasing driver pay at a very significant rate. So, you know, if you want to get into the trucking industry as a driver, pay-wise, this is one of the best times to do that because pay is up. So I think fleets selected driver compensation as an issue because they're concerned it's very hard to walk back anyone's pay. So if the economy turns and now my driver rate is up here and I don't have the business to be able to hang on to that, I either have to walk it back salary pay-wise or let drivers go. So that's one concern. On the driver's side, while pay is up, it's not kept pace with inflation in many instances. And so drivers are concerned, you know, I need more money. Although, quite frankly, we just had an industry panel discussing these results. We had a driver who said, a driver on the panel who said that he recently took a different position within his company. He was a trainer. He became an over-the-road driver. He took a 2/3 pay cut, but he stayed where he is because he is valued and respected as an individual at his fleet. And that meant the world to him. And you hear drivers say that all the time. How they're treated at customer facilities, how they're treated by the fleet that they drive for, is a very important component of that entire compensation.
And one last question on the the new mandates that have come down. How many of the older drivers that we're talking about that don't want to, you know, go to the new style of logging hours and everything? Do you have any data on what percentage of drivers you've lost from the new mandates?
From the ELD mandate? No, but I've been in the trucking industry 30 years now, and there have been several of these sort of benchmark things that drivers have said, this is it, I'm out. In fact, several of the hours of service rules changes have been those sort of threshold events where they say, this is it, I'm out, and they stay. We all thought the world was coming to an end with Y2K, and we all survived. So, truck parking. So we did a data collection. Over 2 weeks, we asked drivers to keep very detailed information on everything about their parking experience. Where they parked, when they parked, how long it took them to park, how many stops did they make before they found a place to park. And this is just one of those findings. I've used a sort of politically correct term here, undesignated or unauthorized truck parking, but this is parking on the ramps. This is parking on shoulders. This is parking in places where they're not supposed to park. And this is how frequently drivers in our data set are faced with that situation, how frequently they are parking in those places. Drivers are not choosing to park here. They're parking here because they don't have anywhere else to park. So this is, you know, number 5 overall, number 3 for drivers. This is a very, very big issue for us in the industry. And this is what it looks like. ATRI has a data set, on-grid data set of truck GPS data. It represents over 1 million trucks worth of GPS data. So we're able to do a number of things with that, including truck parking analysis. So this is a public rest area in Indiana, but you could replicate this anywhere in the country, really. Red is parked trucks. So you see both the rest areas where trucks are supposed to be parked, you see lots of red. But if you look at the entrance and exit ramps to that rest area, you see parked trucks. And as I said, you could replicate this at public rest areas all over the country. You asked earlier about way stations. Some states are doing, Wisconsin is one, are doing a very good job of encouraging drivers to park at their fixed way stations because they've got the pavement, they've got facilities, they've got vending machines. Culturally, getting drivers to agree to spend the night where law enforcement hangs out, it's a little bit of a lift, but it is one solution because there are facilities there. So that is another option, an opportunity to provide additional truck parking.
Can I ask you?
Yes.
Are any other states looking at privatizing some of these truck stop areas? Not the typical truck stop, but just take a a 5-acre spot of land on the side of the interstate, you can charge $5 per night for a truck driver to pull in and sleep. Does anyone look to do any of that?
Well, right
Some kind of
now-
public-private partnership.
Right now, federal law prohibits that commercializing of those spaces. Off the interstate, there are a lot of inventive approaches that are being taken. In fact, there are some of these truck stop apps that are partnering with big box retailers and others who have space to, say we've got space available. There are some other locations that are sort of, we would consider them light, but they're closed facilities that are just sitting there that have lighting and parking. One of the issues that we always hear on the flip side is we don't want the liability. We don't want to be sued because drivers are parking there. I think, particularly, will drivers pay?
Yes.
We did some survey work with drivers to find out how much they would pay to have a spot, and they said zero. But the fact of the matter is, $5 versus this is a much better option. And I think, again, as we see this parking shortage get worse, as facilities, rest areas close, I think there's more willingness on the part of the other fleets will pay for their drivers to reserve those spots at some of the private truck stops. Yes, sir.
What are the consequences of a driver going over his hours to find a parking spot somewhere?
Well, it's an hours of service violation if you are caught. There is a component to the hours of service rules that is called personal conveyance, and it's sort of a gray area where if you are moving your vehicle towards a place to rest, you can be in personal conveyance and off the hours of service. So if I go into personal conveyance, I leave a facility and I'm going to go to this hotel because I know they'll let me park there and I'm in personal conveyance, that doesn't count. But that personal conveyance, even though the regs don't say this, that personal conveyance can't be 300 miles down the road. And it can't be in the direction of your next drop off or pickup. So you can't use personal conveyance to advance your road. But there is some wiggle room there to get to a place. But I can't just drive around looking for the personal conveyance.
What if you're 20 miles from home?
That's been that's why the hours of service rules are number 2 on the driver issue. You legally have to stop.
Right.
Right. It is very frustrating. This is another issue that impacts us in the industry, of course. This is an annual analysis we do with that truck GPS data set where we quantify across the entire national highway system how slowly trucks are operating as a result of congestion. In 2016, that was 1.2 billion hours of lost productivity, which is the equivalent of 425,000 truck drivers sitting still for an entire year. So we have a driver shortage that is the equivalent of 60,000 drivers, and we have what equates to 425,000 drivers going nowhere because of congestion. If you monetize that, $74.5 billion to the truck industry. You have in front of you one of our brochures. This is another annual analysis we do with the truck GPS data set, where for this one we monitor congestion at 300 specific locations around the country. We look at how slowly trucks are operating and how many trucks are impacted, so speed and volume go into this calculation to come up with the top 100 worst places to operate a truck. The states in green, including Georgia, have the most of those truck bottlenecks in them. Texas leads the way. Georgia has 6. Georgia, of those 6, 3 are in the top 10. So at Spaghetti Junction, number 2, in rush hour, trucks are averaging 22 miles per hour. If trucks are going that slowly, obviously cars in that traffic stream are going that slow as well. And truck speeds year over year dropped. Average truck speeds dropped 7%. In fact, across 9 of the top 10, truck speeds have dropped. So congestion is just getting worse everywhere we look. And this is just the top 10. You've got all 100 in that brochure there. Yes, sir.
Would say we used to be number one, and I like to say we got better. Somebody else just got worse. We didn't get any better.
That's true. The other thing I like to point out about number 1, Fort Lee, New Jersey, that's the George Washington Bridge that connects New York and New Jersey. It is tolled for a commercial vehicle at over $100 for a one-way trip. So for $100 plus, a commercial truck can go across the worst truck bottleneck in the country.
The problem is they'll get you if you're pulling an RV too, so I paid $160 in fares one day going through that turnpike up there, but I found an alternate route.
Yeah.
What's the pay for
I
that?
can't wait to reciprocate.
Oftentimes, and I don't know that location, oftentimes we see a redesign and reconstruction. Case in point, the Circle Interchange. When we started doing this list, it was number 1 on our list for 3 years in a row. The governor of Illinois issued a press release and said, we're going to fix this interchange because we no longer want to have the worst truck bottleneck in the country. So they commissioned a redesign study, and they've been working on it ever since. Now, construction creates congestion, so it's still in the top 10, but it's getting better, and they've done some in the interim, some bypasses that have helped truck speeds there. So we love to hold this one up as an example of that. When you do fix a bottleneck, you can alleviate that congestion, make it better. In fact, we had another location that dropped out of the top 10 in Kentucky. That was in very highly ranked, but they built a new bridge while the construction was underway. It was higher on the list. Construction finished. Truck speeds returned to normal and moved way down.
Just to add for the group, 2, 3, 9, and 25 all see improvements, especially number 9 and 25 are total rebuilds under our major mobility improvement program. Number 1 has operational impacts under our major mobility improvement program. Doesn't cure that, but does make it operationally operate better. So we should see these numbers sliding down the list in the future as these projects are built.
We had a location in Chattanooga that was 11 on last year's list. That's a big jump. I think it's 51 now. When you look back at it, there was the rock slide on 75 at the Kentucky-Tennessee border that routed trucks around to go a different way. The trucking industry will adapt. It may create some temporary pain and congestion, but we'll get where we need to go when the interstates are closed. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for me. We got a ton of research. I could talk about it all day, but I'm not the only speaker. So any other questions I can answer for you? Yes, sir.
This makes it sound kind of crazy. Going back to the hours of service, if the regs were changed to incentivize truck drivers to drive at night and sleep during the day, would that help your industry? I think it would help congestion areas for sure. I know logistically that might be difficult because every shipper is different.
Right. I was going to say, the biggest challenge there is you have to have somebody on the receiving end at night
But
to
you see,
take that.
when I drive across the country, I see all the truck parking lots completely full at night, and everybody else is getting off the road to sleep as well. You put the truckers on the road at night, the cars aren't there. Is that a better use of time for them and for the use of the highway? I don't know how you logistically do that, but it's something we ought to look at to try to incentivize it.
Certainly, there are operations that do operate overnight. I mean, line haul operations that drive at night. And those drivers have been doing that for a long time. You know, they're adjusted to that, and they like it because there's no congestion.
Just about all of our highway construction work's done at night now. Correct?
Yes.
And then my other question is, anywhere in the U.S. are you seeing truck lanes being built? Are there some in place today that are working, or what's your opinion of truck-only lanes?
Well, certainly, I think they are a great solution for a number of reasons. One, from just the exposure. You're separating the commercial vehicles from the general population And depending on whose study you look at, anywhere from 55 to 76% of the car truck crashes start because of some action on the car driver. So where we can separate those, I think it's a great solution. Particularly for instance, what we've got proposed here, where you've got a terrain issue, I think that makes a lot of sense as well.
One of the things too on your list, talking about driver shortage, if there's any research or if you see any states that are doing anything that Georgia's not doing to help with that. I know we've created a program through our technical colleges where you can go get trained at no cost to technical school to become a commercial truck driver. But if there's other things that we can do through the education process, we would like to know that. So if there's things that we can encourage through the high school programs, through our college programs, technical schools, let us know that, because we want to be a participant in that.
Absolutely, and certainly anything we can do to attract younger people to the industry is a big help. Now, of course, you know, to drive interstate, you have to be 21 years old. There has been legislation introduced at the federal level that would open that up to 18 to 20-year-olds with a number of safety criteria in place. Technology on the truck, experience of the trainer that drives with them, driving in certain times of day, that sort of thing. But that is one solution to helping us bring younger people into the industry. Because right now, if I graduate from high school and I want to go into trucking, I don't have the opportunities to drive over the road until I'm 21.
I think part of the issue is the same way in the general trade industry. I'm in the construction business, very difficult to attract people because young people really don't realize the opportunities.
Right.
I don't think most people realize what the average commercial truck driver makes annually. Many times much more than folks getting a 4-year plus degree. So I think that's important. Commissioner, one of the things, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but one of the things I'd like for you to talk about at some point, maybe in the future, or at least brainstorm, is the idea around our weigh stations. Is there any opportunities for parking at some of our weigh stations, expanding those, and then also our rest areas? How do we compare with other states in the southeast with the number of rest areas we have, where they're located, and then the amount of parking that's available for trucks in those weigh stations? And I know, and I want to commend the Commissioner and GDOT, these bottlenecks, I know they're fully aware of those and they have plans in place to continue to address those. Unfortunately, they take a lot of dollars, but I know the Commissioner and GDOT's working on that. So that's something, Commissioner, we can talk about in the future. But I think Senator Gooch has a question, and then we'll get to the other question. Okay.
Real quick, other states have legalized the use of marijuana. How's that impacting your industry? And what would you recommend to Georgia as we move forward looking at some of those policies?
It is a very big issue for us. One we actually just released a study on where we looked at what does this mean for highway safety, because it's not so much a concern that truck drivers are using marijuana as much as it is we're sharing the road with car drivers who are operating impaired. So I believe we're going to see, as more and more states go to that, more crash involvement until we have a better way for law enforcement to deal with marijuana impaired driving. So that's some roadside test, which we don't have right now, to be able to, right then, when they see impaired driving symptoms, pull somebody over and test them. That's one of the biggest challenges.
Madam President?
Just quickly, as one of the requirements to be a truck driver, are there restrictions on people's criminal background history?
Yes, to drive interstate, you cannot have a felony conviction, I think is the correct. Is that right? I'm looking at Ed or Victoria. Felony conviction keeps you out from CDL?
CDL for at least 7 years, hazmat forever.
Yeah, hazmat forever.
Senator Jones?
Back to the shortage, I think you said it was 60,000 plus, which I guess averages out to about 1,200 per state. Do you have any idea what Georgia's number might be as far as a shortage?
No,
I'm
it's-
sure each stage varies.
It's a very hard number to track on a state basis because these are over-the-road jobs. So I might be operating out of a terminal in Oklahoma, but, you know, I live here. So it's, we don't have state numbers. We have a federal estimate, and I think it's a fairly good estimate. And again, it's important to remember it's in the over-the-road sector.
Mhm.
You know, there are lots of folks and less of a shortage in the local pickup and delivery, even the regional runs. It's that I'm out for 2 weeks at a time sector of the industry that's tough for us to fill.
And I'm sure when you've got the drivers who have been approved 18 to 21, then you run into risk management problems because most insurance companies aren't going to insure a driver that young. Is that correct?
Well, that is an issue, except that several of the major trucking industry insurers have put their support behind the Drive Safe Act because it puts in place so many provisions, the technology, the training, everything else, that currently don't exist for 18 to 20-year-olds who can drive commercially intrastate.
Mhm.
This would create a whole new layer of sort of risk management tools in place for these 18 to 20-year-olds that I think makes it more appealing for those who underwrite that.
And last thing, Mr. Chairman, have you gotten any feedback from drivers here in the state? You know, a few years ago, we've had some pretty horrific accidents that have taken place that involve large tractor-trailer vehicles, and because of that, we had picked up enforcement. In fact, they're labeled as DOT enforcement, but they're under state patrol jurisdiction. How much, and you talk about drivers being down, you know, being forced to either have their trucks put out of commission or be down for several hours going through roadside inspections and things of that nature. Has that been a big impact on the trucking industry, or is it working, I guess, is what
I
the
would say
DOT
this,
is trying to do?
there are states that among drivers have much worse reputations than Georgia for enforcement, places where you will get stopped for the slightest infraction. You know, roadside inspection is important. Stopping trucks to look at logs and look at the truck is important. But there's been research that shows that enforcing traffic behaviors, so things like speeding, erratic lane change, is much more effective at reducing crashes than roadside inspections. That's research done by FMCSA.
Okay. Thank you. You've been popular today. Gotten the most questions of anybody.
I'm going to tell my 16-year-old son somebody actually likes me. So thank you.
Hey, before we go to the next presenter, I do want to recognize Senator Chuck Payne, who arrived. Thank you. Senator, I believe we're in your district. Well, good. Well, thank you for having us in your district.
All right, well, thank you very much. That was very informative. Next, we're going to talk about Georgia's Freeport law. There were some questions that came up at our meeting in Savannah around the inventory tax and Freeport. So we thought it'd be important for us to get an understanding of that. So I believe we have Stephen from the Department of Revenue, who I understand is our foremost expert in that area, to give us all the information. While he's getting ready, I'll just say, talking about following up on the Senator's question a few minutes ago, for those of us who were in Savannah, we heard from Kia, their number one concern at Kia was a driver shortage. So it's affecting the entire industry in some way. 700 deliveries a day, I think they said that they had come through to the plant.
With 3-hour tolerances.
Yeah, they could run the plant for 3 hours if the truck traffic stopped, which is unbelievable. I think that's something we're seeing in all the industries.
I was going to say, Chairman Tanner, with the unemployment rate at historic lows, I think every industry is telling us the same thing. Good economy.
Yeah.
Let's keep it going.
follow up on Chairman Beach. I believe somebody just told me that our representative for this area here at Casey Carpenter is also here, the famous owner of the Oakwood Cafe, so here in Dalton.
I just came to see Gooch, the only reason I'm here. Thanks for the invite to breakfast.
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't know a man of your slenderness ate breakfast.
Oh, that hurt.
Gooch been running every morning too.
We'll see you in rules.
Most was there, I hope I got.
He fed Mo.
He fed him this morning, I already heard.
All right, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, she's gonna load my notes on the board. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but I do have a handout that I'll make available to everybody via email, and I'll have it up here while I'm presenting, so you can kind of keep along without having to worry about taking notes on a lot of this. First of all, I'm introduce myself. I'm Stephen DeBond. I'm with the Georgia Department of Revenue. I'm an attorney in the Legal Affairs and Tax Policy Division, and I've been with the department since 2011. I graduated from Emory University School of Law and University of Georgia for my undergrad. So perhaps I'll start with a little bit of background on the Department of Revenue and some things that are going on with that before we dive into property tax and Freeport exemption, just to kind of prime the walls a little bit. So the Georgia Department of Revenue is undergoing some changes this year. We've got a new tax commissioner, Commissioner David Curry, who's formerly the tax commissioner from Henry County, was appointed this past summer by Governor Kemp to succeed Lynn Riley, who was promoted to the Office of State Treasurer. She's the new state treasurer. So we're seeing a new administration come in, and probably going to see some changes over time with how we're doing things. And Commissioner Curry brings a strong business background to the Department of Revenue, and I think he has a vision of how we can improve the way we do business, to improve our service delivery, become more efficient with using technology, and less reliant on manual processes. We're already starting to see some of those ideas unfold, and we're going to see some big cost savings to the taxpayers in the state of Georgia in how we operate. So, as I mentioned, I'm with the Legal Affairs and Tax Policy Division, which is primarily a legal group within the Department of Revenue, but we do have several CPAs in our group. We're divided into 4 subdivisions within LATP. There's a legal affairs group, which focuses primarily on legal matters. We do a lot of vendor management, transactional type things. We're not employing all of the IT resources directly. We'll use vendors for a lot of our software products, as well as a lot of public information and security issues that we're dealing with, a lot of privacy issues. Obviously, the Department of Revenue manages quite a bit of personal information, so there's always big issues with unlawful disclosure of personal information. So we're constantly vigilant on improving there as well. We have a sales tax group, we have an income tax group, and then we have my group, which is everything that's not income tax and sales tax in the policy world, as well as motor vehicles and alcohol tobacco regulation. But one of the big things that we do work with is property tax. My group, we don't administer property tax. The state of Georgia doesn't levy a property tax, but we do have a pretty significant involvement in the administration of property tax from an oversight standpoint and from a training of public officials standpoint. Those are the 2 biggest things that the Local Government Services Division group does. And we're their attorneys. They're in-house attorneys. We provide guidance. But the two big things are digest review. So every year the assessors have to appraise property and submit their digests to the state of Georgia for review. And we audit a third of all county digests each year. The other thing that they do is they do provide training to county tax officials, the appraisers and assessors, as well as any other government officials that are required by law to take these courses. My group, we assist them in analyzing legislation and getting all their materials up to date to make sure that they're compliant with the forms, the regulations, and the training materials. So we don't really administer the Freeport exemption in that sense. That is strictly a local issue. It's all local revenue. There's no state tax levy, property tax. Can you all still hear me with that? But we do need to keep current on the subject matter because we're training on it and we're often giving opinions on things or providing local officials with advice on how to handle nuanced situations. So maybe with that in place, we'll kind of talk a little bit about Georgia's state tax structure in general before we dive into property tax. Georgia has a variety of tax types. There's a number of them. There's 12 to 14 chapters of the tax code. The big ones, of course, are income tax and sales tax. That's the primary funding source for all of state government. But there's also property tax, which is your biggie for local government funding. So those are the ones we're most familiar with, most we're going to interact with on a day-to-day basis. But in addition to that, there's a variety of other tax types that are relevant for this group. The motor fuel excise tax is a big one, and that's the primary funding source for the Department of Transportation. Unlike most state tax dollars, which are going to go through an appropriation process with the General Assembly, motor fuel excise tax is constitutionally automatically appropriated for transportation purposes. So those motor fuel dollars are going to go directly to the Department of Transportation for infrastructure improvement. And there was a big bill about 4 years ago, House Bill 170, which modified slightly the excise tax. It was a multifaceted tax type. There were 3 parts to it, and it consolidated it into the excise tax, which has helped the Department of Transportation in their mission because they don't have to worry so much about variable funding rates. They can anticipate, really, with the year out, they can anticipate what the funding is going to be the following year. So it's I think a big boon for them from a planning perspective and how they can do their work. And we're able to see a consistent funding source for those purposes. So there's motor fuel excise tax. We have alcohol excise tax, tobacco excise tax. There's taxes you pay when you transfer real estate or when your bank files a deed on your property. There's a tax associated with that. So all of these miscellaneous odds and ends taxes typically fall within my group, which often means we're working with local government officials on how their laws are being interpreted or applied by local tax officials, and we're often the ones managing the software products that they're using to implement their taxes, whether it be the motor vehicle system that's going to be used for motor vehicle property taxes on title after alarm tax, or we provide software that's used by the tax officials in doing their mass appraisals for their digest reviews. So that's kind of a high level of all the tax types that we deal in. Freeport is strictly a property tax exemption. Property tax, as most of you know, is a tax that's levied on property that you own on January 1st. That's really the general rule. That's the long and short of property tax. If you own something on January 1st, it's taxable. Now, that's the easy part because where state and local tax attorneys spend most of their time is in exemptions, in interpreting whether an exemption applies or if it's a certain transaction or property or individual is a qualified individual or qualified transaction. That's really where the issues are. The Freeport is no different. Freeport is it's a tax exemption. So all inventory that's held in Georgia is subject to tax as a general rule. Freeport is a tool that the General Assembly has given to local governments as a means of attracting certain businesses to their community. So it's designed to say we're going to give you a tax preference on this class of property, and they can vary the amount of the tax exemptions. Some tax exemptions might be 20%, and it can range all the way up to 100%. So it's a flexible tool in that a governing authority can identify a particular type of business they're looking to attract, and they can set the exemption levels to make them more competitive with maybe the neighboring county or other communities within the state of Georgia. And so you're going to see a lot of business types in this area that come to mind that probably have Freeport exemptions in place as a means of attracting them and retaining them. So with that said, Freeport is broken into 2 overarching classes. And I'll just send out my notes afterwards, but there's 2 overarching classes of Freeport, Freeport 1 and Freeport 2. Freeport 2 I'm not going to spend a lot of time on because it's kind of a catch-all and it's a really broad brush. And the there's really not a lot of cities or counties that have implemented it, if any. I think there may be 1 or 2 cities. So most of the Freeport exemption is in Freeport Level 1, which is broken into 4 categories. Freeport Level 1, Class 1 is on your raw materials and work in process. This is a pretty common one for manufacturing. So any raw materials or work in process is going to fall under Freeport 1. It has to be something that's substantially modified. So things like packaging materials wouldn't qualify, but if it's your materials that are going to be incorporated into a product or combined into a product, it would qualify. And that's the substantial modification is the term of art in the statute that is going to be the most contested, meaning does this qualify? And there's been a few cases through the years where something's maybe been on the borderline, and the General Assembly has responded by saying, okay, we see how it's falling in that gray area. We're going to go ahead and just designate it in statute. So there's 3 or 4 items in the statute that don't necessarily fit that definition, but which get the application. An example is fertilizers. So if you're mixing the different components of fertilizers, those would qualify. There was a case involving the remanufacture of airplane parts. That would qualify for the exemption under the statute. So Freeport 1, Class 1 is work in process and raw materials. The second one is when a manufacturer has completed producing its product, as they're storing those completed products on their site, they can also fall into Freeport 1 Level 2. So anything that's completed the manufacturing process can get Freeport as well. The third class within Freeport 1 is products that are either being shipped into Georgia or shipped within Georgia that are destined for shipment out of the state. So that's kind of a mouthful, but it's essentially stuff that's going to be stored by a wholesaler can qualify for a Freeport exemption as well. So these are going to be your storage. This is maybe your most traditional concept of Freeport. It's something that's being stored for shipment outside the state. And then the last one is a recent response by the General Assembly to the growth in the e-commerce market. This is for fulfillment centers. So although most Freeport is designed for a manufacturing level exemption, the latest version that was passed, I think, 2 years ago is for fulfillment centers. And I think a lot of the members in the room are familiar with this one. But this is going to be geared towards businesses that do not have a brick and mortar footprint. They're doing strictly remote sales, but they're storing a lot of retail inventory. So this can be a really powerful tool for a community to attract some of these online retailers to set up shop and fill big warehouse space in Georgia. So those are your 4 categories of Freeport Level 1. Freeport Level 2, as I mentioned, is your catch-all. So anything that doesn't fit in Freeport Level 1, the governing authority can pass a referendum to do Freeport Level 2. And Freeport Level 2, the term they use in the statute is goods and wares. So it's very broad. It can be anything, which is why I think a lot of governing authorities have been hesitant to adopt these, because it's going to pretty much capture everything, business inventory within the county. And so it gives you a pretty big hit to the books. So you don't see a lot of those. I want to say Clarkson, the city of Clarkson in Atlanta has one, and maybe a couple others that have passed them, but it's pretty rare. So within the Freeport exemption, the governing authority can set thresholds or set levels. It doesn't have to be 100% exempt. I don't think you're going to see any that are going to across the board exempt everything. But what they'll do is they'll maybe see what neighboring counties are doing for competitive reasons, and they'll set the threshold. It can be in increments of 20%, so 20 through 100%. And the way it's passed is the governing authority calls a referendum, and it's put on the ballot for whatever the amount is going to be. We're going to exempt work in process and raw materials at 40%, and they have to get a simple majority from the voters. Once it's in place, it's locked in for 5 years. It can't go away. So it does give certainty to the businesses that are going to rely on that and move into that community or invest in that community. It's locked in for 5 years. And it can't go away unless there's another referendum. So the governing authority can't on a whim just say we're going to strike this. They have to call another referendum in order to remove it. Now, if they want to increase it, they can do that right away. But there's for anybody who is relying on the exemption existing, it cannot be pulled away without a referendum. So it does provide some certain protections for the businesses that rely on it for investment or moving its infrastructure. The application process is pretty straightforward. You'll apply to the Board of Assessors, and you have to do so by April 1st to qualify for 100% exemption. If it's late, you can get a partial exemption for that year, and I think you get like 2 months where you can turn in a late application, and it progressively gets a lower and lower percentage that you'll get. But after, I think, 2 months, there's no Freeport exemption remaining, and you no longer qualify. Trying to think what else we were mentioning.
So, Stephen,
Yes.
this really is a county-controlled process.
Yes.
Just follow the process correctly and you can get these exemptions. Chairman Tanner, last meeting, I know someone was it an overall complaint about Georgia having this kind of, I didn't quite understand the argument on the last meeting in Savannah. Was it outside the state being more competitive than?
That's correct. It was brought up by one or two of the presenters about Georgia's inventory tax not being competitive with other states. Local jurisdictions, correct me if I'm wrong, they can pass Freeport and they can exempt everything if they want to from inventory, but from a state perspective, we still control the fact that they have the ability to do that, and we're the ones legislatively that put that ability to tax in place through the code. So the General Assembly would have the ability to change that process if they deemed that appropriate. Is that correct?
That's right, yeah, and I don't have a comment on that. I think
Right.
it's very much a state policy question. But that would be the issue, is it's local money, and so the way it's structured right now is it's sort of local choice on what they want to do.
What kind of, and you may not know the answer to this, but what kind of dollars are we talking about that are collected statewide by local municipalities and counties from the inventory tax? Do you know?
That's something that would probably be difficult for the Department of Revenue to determine. We just don't collect data on it, because we're not receiving any kind of filing from anyone on Freeport. The people that might be able to help with that is to talk with maybe the city and county associations to see if they've done any surveys. They might be able to provide estimates on it, but that's not something that you are practice.
Yes, sir, Senator Gooch.
Did you see this sheet, ACCG map, showing all the counties that have Freeport? They're showing 4 classes of exemptions, class 1, 2, 3, and 4. And it looks like several counties have all 4. And I didn't know, your explanation was level 1 and 2. I wonder what 3 and 4 are.
I'm sorry, let me go back through that. There's Freeport, there's 2 overarching categories, two code sections. Within Freeport level 1, there's 4 subclasses, and that's what this is referring to.
Okay.
So if you look at on this, there's a little star with a circle, and that's the Freeport 2 exemption.
Right.
Which you see that Putnam County has that one.
Okay.
That I didn't really touch too much on that one because it's so rare.
Got it. So the 4 subclasses.
It's actually on this sheet.
Is
You
it?
have this
Okay.
sheet, it's on the back there.
We get a lot of questions about this from Department of Economic Development, or I do, because they'll have businesses that call and they'll say, we're interested in coming to Georgia, this is the type of business we do, what are the tax incentives that you guys have available? And so they'll, as part of their marketing package to attract businesses to the state, they run through that. This is one they'll look at.
Yes, sir, Senator.
Different question is related to revenue, which drives a lot of the discussions we're having here in this committee. Motor fuel tax collections. Are you collecting that at the rack or at the pump?
So we're not a tax at the rack state. We're actually a transaction-based state. So the way it'll work is anything that comes into Georgia, any fuel that comes into Georgia through a licensed distributor is exempt. So I kind of look at it like it's almost like commodities trading. As long as it's a licensee to a licensee, it's up in this cloud of exempt transactions. And then as soon as they identify a retail seller that they're going to put the fuel into the actual marketplace. It's that sale to the unlicensed individual that triggers the tax. And so the licensed seller is the one who's going to accrue the tax, and they submit the return to the Department of Revenue.
How often do you audit those transactions?
It's difficult to say. I'd have to probably talk with our audit division. We do have a group of auditors that are dedicated to motor fuel excise tax. So I have 2 disputes that are up right now. So we are auditing those pretty regularly.
There's a federal compliance issue as well, as DOR has to satisfy the federal regulations, so they're looking at not only state excise, but federal excise as well. They have a whole unit in audits that is focused on that.
I just wonder why we wouldn't tax it and collect it at the rack. It seems like it'd be a better collection system, and a better auditing system, accountability and transparency system.
It's something definitely worth looking at.
Senator Jones, would you have an opinion on it?
I think it'd be easier to track at the retail level, personally, because the retailer's in charge of doing that themselves.
I'm not trying to step on your toes. I'll tell your dad.
No. Hey, everybody does it above board, they don't have anything to hide.
I'm sure.
We do the same thing with tobacco tax, right? Where it's sold, once it's sold to the retailer, they're having to pay the excise tax.
That's right. So other than sales tax is the only transaction tax that's a retail level tax, which is why we have pretty significant audit resources that go to sales tax because of that. It's so many taxpayers. But yeah, with excise taxes like alcohol, tobacco, motor fuel, it's a much smaller group of people to audit. And with excise tax for motor fuel, one of the things that we have coming online pretty soon, there was a bill that passed, it was last year, the year before, to mandate electronic filing. So what that will do is it'll give us a rich Excel spreadsheet that's going to be filed every year or every month. And we'll be able to match that up, buyer and seller. So when somebody's claiming something exempt, we're going to be able to match up those 2 filers and just click run, and the program will do the audit for us. But as far as tax at the rack is concerned, most of our surrounding states are taxed at the rack, so it will be something to look at.
Look forward to that.
Any other questions? I've got one that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with this specific topic, but it's something that has come up several times, but from inventory type tax. But one of the big things now is the pods that storage facilities and that type of thing they use. Where is the appropriate place for that to be taxed? Because that's movable, so you may have a facility that has 500 of those units, but then they send them out to a region, and then on January 1st, that pod may be sitting in her yard or my yard or someone else's yard. So is that tax to be collected in the county where they're headquartered, or should those be taxed in every county that they just happen, or a portable toilet would be another example of
I
that?
believe the answer is it's where the headquarters is located, but I'd probably have to check that. It makes the most sense to me because it would be so movable right now. I don't think we need that headquarters.
If you don't mind, again, this is an issue I've had several calls on personally, and I've not been able to really get a direct answer because every county I ask gives me a different opinion. So I know DOR would have to be the final say in that through your regulation process. If you could find that out and let me know, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I was just, a little too close. This is a very helpful chart. I want to thank ACCG for providing this. It shows that there are substantial exemptions, I think, for the Freeport tax. If I'm not mistaken, though, Tom, you can maybe chime in. Cities also, these are counties. Each city has the opportunity to make that decision as well. So it may be that the individual that we heard from in Savannah is located in a city where they had not done any exemptions, and that's what his point of contention was. So, but I do think that it's fairly comprehensive with some exceptions.
We may have, I haven't checked, but I believe we do have a full report of every Freeport exemption, so they probably got this data from us. So we may have the full city and county list. I can have to check.
Yeah, so that individual should probably talk to his mayor.
Tom?
Yes, I would just like to say amen. If a person does have each business owner has a voice at their local government level, and property taxes, as you stated, is the main revenue source
pay for services that protect property, mainly fire and public safety. And if you take certain inventory out of the tax stream, the property tax stream, you're going to have to make up for it somewhere else. And so the businesses will benefit, but the residents will face either cuts in services that protect their property, or they will be faced with property tax increases to protect their property. So it's like a balloon. If you squeeze here, it's going to bulge out here. And if somebody's concerned about the way that their city council or their county commission treats their inventory, let those local voices help inform local choices.
And I'm assuming that's in the wisdom of the General Assembly before I was there, when they passed the ability for Freeport, that's why the citizens ultimately have to vote, because it's going to have a direct impact on their digest and who's paying the taxes at the local level. So the governing authority can call for the referendum, but the citizens ultimately have to decide whether that Freeport exemption is going to be given in a city or a county, correct?
And I was actually, we received that question from a few cities when the Moment Center bill passed a few years ago. They asked, hey, we already have this across the board with our other Freeport types, please automatically have this one in place. And we advise, we think that the intent of the law is to allow the community to make an informed decision about it, and so we would recommend that you put that to referendum.
Yes.
Just one last thing, and I think it was alluded to, that the Department of Economic Development actually markets the number of communities that have given these Freeport exemptions as an attractive feature of coming to Georgia. So arguably it's become a marketing tool because local governments and their voters have made decisions to exempt certain types of property, such that it's on the Department of Economic Development's website as a great thing and a reason to come to Georgia. So I would say it's not broke.
Yeah, I haven't heard a lot of negative things about it. You know, there's always going to be some that people want shit to be more, and they want you guys to carry the water on, I'm sure. But for the most part, I think I've heard good things about it, and the Department of Economic Development works very closely with those folks. It seems to be working well for them, and how they use it as a tool to demonstrate this.
All right, well, thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
And I sent this to Chelsea. Your admin, so she did say something.
Okay, yeah, Chelsea's out of the country, but she'll be back on Monday, so we'll have her send out the presentation, and if you could get back with her on that question too, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. All right, next up, we have the Metro Atlanta Freight and Logistics Ecosystem. Daniel, who's the principal planner with the ARC, is going to present that. I had the opportunity to meet with him and some other folks from the ARC and talk about some of this information. And for the commission, if you've not had the opportunity to work with the ARC, they are an unbelievable wealth of information and knowledge about not just transportation, but all different areas of government. So appreciate you being here, and look forward to this presentation.
Thank you for that introduction, Chairman Tanner, and I definitely appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate that we got to meet with you and Senator Beast a couple weeks back and talk through some of what we have, because certainly we've done a lot of work in this area and other parts of planning for Metro Atlanta, and certainly we've had a lot happening in terms of freight logistics in Metro Atlanta. Definitely appreciate the opportunity to share all of that today. This presentation will go through some of our freight planning efforts over the years, some of the data that came out of that, because we've had a few questions about what's happening in terms of trucks moving around the region. And then we'll delve into a little bit about project needs, and then from that we will also talk about truck parking. And it looks like I need to use a microphone a little bit as well. If you need me to over here, I can, whichever can work. And so we will then wrap up talking about truck parking. Some overlap certainly with what Rebecca talked about earlier, but that's not a bad thing, because certainly that's a big issue in Metro Atlanta as well as in Georgia and nationally as well. So I'd like to kick things off starting with this slide that you see here. Kind of gives you a high-level overview of what we've done in terms of freight planning Certainly, our freight planning efforts go back before 2003, but that's a good starting point because that's when we formed our Freight Advisory Task Force. That's a group that consists of both public and private sector individuals. So you'll find myself and others from ARC, GDOT staff, Federal Highway Administration, a few academics from Georgia Tech, Clayton State University, as well as the private sector. So you may find anywhere from mom and pop shops to staff from UPS. And so certainly they've been a great partner over the years. Frank Morris came to a number of these meetings as presented, and then Victoria's here. She replaced Frank and was at our most recent meeting a month or so back. So definitely appreciate all their time and effort on that. And anybody interested in freight and logistics is welcome to attend and be a part of that, the next meeting coming up November 20th. Back in 2005 to 2008, we did an in-depth dive in freight mobility plan. Adopted that in 2008, really laid the groundwork for everything that we've done since. One of the recommendations was do a truck route master plan that was completed in 2010. I started at ARC in 2014 and was tasked with doing an update to that 2008 plan. So we did that then in 2015 to 2016. That plan has a pretty lengthy project list. It also, like all good plans, it recommends that we do more planning because that assures job security for people like myself. Some of what it recommended was a truck parking study as well as what we called freight cluster plans, and I will delve into all of that as we go through this presentation. I'd like to start big picture. Why are we having so much more freight movement in Metro Atlanta? We've already previously talked about what's happening in the port and the infrastructure and growth happening there. Well, this is kind of the other end of it, where we're seeing a lot more industrial growth in Metro Atlanta as well as nationally. I see articles like this in the media pretty regularly. This one really stood out to me because it was a BizNow national article, not a BizNow Atlanta or other Atlanta publication. But this is talking about 1 billion square feet of industrial nationally, possibly not satisfying demand. But it called out Atlanta specifically, along with a couple other large markets like Los Angeles and a few other places. And for Atlanta, it said, the impact of e-commerce has brought about an explosion of demand in Atlanta, and we see strong demand continuing for the foreseeable future. So this is not something we came up with. We found this on a national article from some research that a real estate company had done. This is what that article is based off of, a report that delved a little bit deeper into some of the data. It's about a year old now because it was 2018 fourth quarter, but what it stands out here is the overall vacancy rate of about 5.2%, which is pretty low when it comes to industrial development, and a 12-month absorption of industrial development of over 18 million square feet. That seemed high to us. We delved into it with some of our own real estate data and found that that was actually pretty accurate. Certainly we may be looking at slightly different areas than our exact MPO boundaries, but 18 million square feet is really about what we found as well during that 12-month period ending fourth quarter of last year. So we're building a lot more industrial, but it's not sitting there empty. We are filling it just as quickly as it is being built. So all that industrial means we have a lot of freight moving through our region. What we found in that 2016 freight plan, we have about 151 million tons of freight moving into, out of, and within the Atlanta region using a 2013 data set. Certainly I expect that has grown since then. Our projections show that we should expect 76% increase between 2013 to 2040, getting us to 266 million tons of freight moving through our region by the year 2040. At the bottom of this slide, you can see a breakdown by mode, as well as what's coming into and out of our region, as well as what's local. As you can see, we're moving about 83% of that freight by truck, about 17% by rail, and less than 1% by air cargo. Not a big surprise, air cargo is low, both because it is the most expensive way to move freight, and it does tend to be lighter items versus what you might find in truck and rail. A little bit of everything in truck and rail, but certainly a lot of construction equipment and materials like that that tends to be heavier as well. Yes?
Daniel, do you have a pointers on some of the truck by any chance?
Say that again?
When you say outbound Atlanta, do you know where that goes, pointer, destination?
We have some breakdown of that. I don't think I have it in great detail here, but if there's other specific areas that you're looking at, we can definitely delve into that a little bit. But I will say, certainly Savannah's a big trading partner for us, but we definitely have things coming into us from throughout the country. We have East Coast ports, we have Gulf Coast ports, so everything from Charleston to anything along the Gulf Coast, but certainly we get a lot also from LA Long Beach. That's really a port that serves the entire country. We get a lot out of Chicago. They are really the rail hub of the U.S. It's kind of congested there in terms of rail, as you may be aware, but they really have all the Class 1 carriers there, so they're a big trading partner. As well, you'll see other regions like Birmingham, Chattanooga, places like that throughout the southeast. But I would say certainly LA, Long Beach, Chicago, and then those East Coast and Gulf Coast ports, probably those biggest partners. We can follow up, yeah, look at some of our breakdown of where things are going, absolutely, yeah.
Daniel, before you move on, I believe Senator Gooch.
Yeah, out of the inbound numbers, how much of that is going out? Any idea?
That's-
I mean, some of it's coming in, being repackaged, going to fulfillment centers, going to distribution warehouses. What percent of that 71 million would you think would be going right back out?
You know, I don't know that that's really in the data set that we have, unfortunately. It's tough to track what's happening and say this came in and then turned around and went out. We don't really have a good way to follow that trip chain entirely. This is based off of a IHS Transearch database, which is really probably the most detailed that you can get. And I don't know that I know that it doesn't go into that level of detail, unfortunately. But certainly there is a good chunk of it because we are really a distribution hub for the Southeast. And so you find a lot of companies building distribution hubs in Metro Atlanta. So it's great for the economy and great for jobs, but does result in a lot of trucks coming in and out of our region. But certainly part of why they want to be in Metro Atlanta, in addition to our transportation infrastructure, is because we are a massive market of over 5 million, almost 6 million people in our region. That's why you see, companies like Kroger, Publix, Home Depot that all want to have distribution centers in Metro Atlanta because they know they have so many customers close by. They have so many stores they need to serve close by. Kroger, they kind of consolidated facilities there at Fort Gillum. And they actually expanded and started serving a few other states that weren't serving in the past. But they had 2 facilities in Metro Atlanta already, combined them into Fort Gillum to improve efficiencies of their operations. But they were really looking at very specifically where they wanted to be in Metro Atlanta because they knew they had more stores on the north side. But obviously, prices of land were more expensive on the north side. And they had a calculation of every mile we go, further south, here's what it's going to cost us in terms of operations. So while they're serving multiple states, they were really looking at how do we best serve Metro Atlanta because we have so many stores here, so much that's really happening right here in our region. So it's that combination of both, huge market of Metro Atlanta, but also serving some surrounding states as well.
And I think that's one of our biggest challenges is because I know there's a lot of conversations around how do we get freight away from Atlanta and away from this 13-county region around Atlanta to control congestion. But the problem is so much of it ends there.
Absolutely.
That's the real challenge, I think. Representative Smyrie?
I want to take you back when Ms. Brewster was talking about the parking, and you all, I saw where you all did a truck parking and freight study.
Correct.
What was some of your, because I drove up to and from Atlanta today, and I was just stunned at the parking on the ramps. In fact, I stopped, I was almost gave out of gas. I stopped at a Love, one exit up, but it hadn't been open yet. And I was grateful to get to the next exit where there was a service station. But when I pulled back on the ramp to come down, there were 3 18-wheelers to my right and one was putting his blinker on to come out. So I just had never seen that before in my part of down Columbus way. I do know when I come up to the Capitol all the time on 85, I was just telling Bethany that the truck stops are completely empty all the time. The trucks they go in, they get weight, they keep moving. And I see they don't like to park at the Georgia truck stops. That's obvious. But what did your study tell? I mean, what did your study tell you all at ARC as it relates to parking for all these trucks that's on our highways?
It certainly showed that we have a lot of demand for truck parking in Metro Atlanta. We have some counties that don't have any truck parking in those counties, so that creates some challenges. We were able to find the supply and do a demand analysis and show that certainly our interstate highways have more demand than they may have in terms of actual parking along there. I probably have about a dozen slides on that topic later on, so if I can go into those details there, I'll have a lot more visuals to cover.
Thank you very much.
It's kind of the back end of this presentation, last third of it roughly, is all about exactly that topic. So,
Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, this is our breakdown by mode. Like I said, not a big shock that we have more by truck than anything else, then rail at about 17% and air cargo at less than 1%. So this graphic here takes a little studying. Certainly if you have a printout in front of you, that can be helpful as well. This kind of breaks down what commodities that we're moving. The column on the left is what we're moving in terms of truck. In the center, you'll see what's being moved in terms of rail, and on the right, you'll see what's being moved in terms of air cargo. This kind of breaks down, and you see that what's moving most commonly, you see goods for stores. That's kind of that secondary traffic item that you see there for trucks. Similarly for the miscellaneous mixed shipments in terms of rail. At that point, you have a lot of commodities that really aren't broken down, but they're mixed together in these different containers. Food is very common. That's both going to stores like Kroger or Publix, but it's also because agriculture is hugely important for Metro Atlanta, especially this time of year. As we get kind of into summer, fall, that's kind of harvest season for a lot of crops. So we have a lot of movement of agriculture and food throughout the state and throughout the region. E-commerce, like we mentioned earlier, huge growth in that. We're seeing that really on all modes, and part of that is, in fact, air cargo, because you do get some things that tend to be lightweight, high value, people want quickly, and so if it's something that isn't already locally in our region and distribution center, that can be air cargo. Construction materials, like I mentioned earlier, also very important in terms of, particularly when it comes to rail and in terms of trucks. We have nonstop construction seemingly in Metro Atlanta, and so certainly having these materials is key. Same for the energy sector, petroleum and coal, also a big part of what we're moving in our region. Mentioned Savannah, obviously already. What we are moving is about over 100,000 loaded trucks per year between Atlanta and Savannah. Again, this is from our 2016 freight plan, so a couple years old at this point, so probably moving more than that. That Savannah connection is key, but as we mentioned earlier, we really have freight moving in and out of our region in every direction. That's why you can get on really any interstate highway and see lots and lots of trucks pretty much any time of day. Same with our rail lines. You know, Metro Atlanta, the city of Atlanta itself is really a rail hub. That's how it was founded. And so we have rail lines that go pretty much every direction except for due north because of the Appalachian Mountains. And so you do see train traffic going in every direction as well. So certainly Savannah, hugely important, as is Brunswick, but all directions are key when it comes to freight. So here I'm going to do a little bit of a deeper dive in terms of what's actually moving through our region, as we got some questions about this. What we found based on our regional travel demand model, our 2015 base year model, is that on an average weekday, we have about 17,500 heavy trucks that are just passing through our region. In terms of heavy trucks, what I mean is basically tractor trailers. Everything you see, all those trucks are actually slightly different, so any of those or anything that might be a double trailer would all fall in that heavy truck category. This results in about 12% of the 146,000 or so total heavy truck trips in the region on a daily basis. So only, again, about 12% of those heavy truck trips are just passing through. All the rest have either an origin or destination or both somewhere in the Metro Atlanta area. When we add in all other truck trips, and so this is, you know, the UPS and FedEx trucks, this is construction equipment, U-Hauls, pretty much anything other than a pickup truck that you may own yourself, we find almost 20,000 of these truck trips per day are just passing through the region, and that's only about 1% of the approximately 1.8 million total truck trips that are taking place in our region in a given day. And compare that to all of the vehicular traffic out on our roads, we find that we have about 15.8 million total trips. That's bringing in all of those passenger vehicles along with all those truck trips. So cars, trucks, vans, motorcycles, along with all those different truck categories that were in those previous two sets of data.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
So you moved from tonnage to the number of trips. Do you look at efficiency or empty space that's moving down the road for your repositioning? Is utilizing the roads, but of
right.
course, for repositioning is not productive in the sense that it's bringing in tonnage or freight in or out of the city or the state.
Right.
But nonetheless, it's necessary because of repositioning. So you look at how efficient these, trucks are and what they're carrying and how productive they are.
You bring up a very good point. Certainly a lot of the trucks on the road are in fact either empty containers or they are partially loaded. And so that's not something where we personally delve into those issues because we know the private sector really has a big focus on that themselves, because for them, if they can move more freight, with using fewer trucks or fewer train containers, that's more efficient for them, so that's a cost savings for them. So certainly the private sector is already tackling that, and there probably isn't much that we can do as an MPO that would really shift that. But it's also very tough to find out what's actually in a given truck in terms of empty containers, because the tonnage that we had told us what was moving in terms of tons. It didn't tell us how many empty containers were out there. We actually asked that question. We're trying to figure it out and find other data sources, and maybe there's some others out there, but certainly it's something that we've been looking at, but haven't found a clear number of what's actually happening in terms of those empty containers. We'll say some folks are doing a lot of research on that, both at the national level as well as over at Georgia Tech and their Supply Chain Logistics Institute, and they work hand in hand with a lot of the big folks in supply chain logistics in the private sector. So it is a big focus because there's a lot of cost savings that can be found in something like that. So, but good question, very relevant to what's happening out there. So I'm going to move on from the number of truck trips that we're talking about here to looking at the vehicle miles traveled when it comes to trucks in our region. And so again, looking at these similar categories, heavy trucks that are just passing through our region represent about 1.6 million miles a day of these heavy trucks are just passing through the region. And that's about 32% of the approximately 5 million vehicle miles traveled by heavy trucks on a given day. So that's a big increase. We talked about 12% of the trips, but about 32% of those vehicle miles traveled are just passing through kind of external to external trips. That's because certainly the local trips, they can be short distances, maybe a mile or two. However, something that's passing through does tend to be a longer trip because it's starting outside of our region and just passing through. So by definition, something passing through has to be a long trip. So for example, coming up I-75, out of Savannah or out of Florida, coming up through Butts County, Spalding, Henry County, if it continues up 75 through Cobb and Cherokee, that's obviously going to be a fairly long trip compared to something that may start on Fulton Industrial Boulevard and say go to the airport, going to be a pretty short trip locally within our region. So that's why you see that disparity in terms of miles traveled. Adding in all those other truck trips, those tend to be mostly local, so that results in about 1.8 million miles traveled a day of total truck trips just passing through the region. That's about 6% of the nearly 32 million miles traveled by any type of vehicular, any type of truck trips, commercial trips of any type passing through our region. And then again, looking at all vehicle types in our region, works out to nearly 153 million miles traveled a day in our region. Again, that's putting in all passenger vehicles along with all truck trips. So that 1.6 million miles of heavy trucks there that you see at the top looks very large, but when you consider it in that grand scheme of nearly 153 million miles traveled a day, it works out to be a fairly small percentage of what's actually happening in our region on any given day. So that was trips and miles. Next piece of data here, we have congestion costs. What we see for commercial vehicles, again, this is all types of trucks, congestion costs is over $1.6 billion per year for those commercial vehicles. Passenger vehicle costs, we're looking at over $3.6 billion, resulting in about $5.3 billion of total annual congestion costs. So certainly that has an impact on everybody who drives in Atlanta, whether they be residents or whether they be truck drivers, but that has an impact on the economy as well. Because when it comes to businesses, they look at things like this, it has an impact on their cost of doing business, on economic competitiveness. So certainly that slows down quite literally the trucks on the road, causes them to spend more money on fuel, more money on labor time, and has an impact on the economy like that. Moving on to how can we address this? This, of course, is GDOT's MMIP. You've heard about this before, so I'm not going to delve into it in any great detail. But this came about because of HB 170 that provided a lot more funding, allowing a lot of these projects to move forward much more quickly. Rebecca had a couple items on that bottleneck list that are addressed here, particularly I-285 at the east side and west side. So great to see these things moving forward. And certainly some other projects that aren't on this list, resurfacing, bridge replacement, things like that are also key to making sure that freight can move efficiently around our region and around our state. But again, big money being spent, but big impacts with projects like this. That being said, it doesn't solve all our needs. Mostly focus on interstate highways, which probably should be, but certainly we have a lot of needs on other roads as well as other parts of our interstate highway system. This is from our 2016 regional freight plan. As we went through that plan, we found we had about 16 projects slated to begin construction that were freight-related between 2016 and 2021. That was before the announcement of the MMIP, so we had 16 that we identified at that point, starting construction those next 5 years. However, we saw that we had about 91 additional freight projects that we recommended as a part of this plan. Some were expected to get started between 2021 and 2030, so that's in the next decade. But then a lot of these were in long range, in that 2031 to 2040 time period, or beyond 2040 in something we call unconstrained. Our regional plan at the time went through the year 2040, so anything beyond that we didn't have funding for, still in this plan, but something that we refer to as unconstrained because we simply don't have even long-range funding that could pay for that at that time. Now, if I went through all 91 projects, we'd probably be here until sometime tomorrow at a minimum. So I'm not going to do that, but I am going to kind of delve into one key area, into some detail, to give you an idea of the analysis that we do when it comes to projects like that. This is Henry County. You're probably familiar with it on the southeast side of Atlanta. It is a key location when it comes to that connection to Savannah that's so important for Metro Atlanta. What we found going through that study was that this was really at a geographic sweet spot for Metro Atlanta in terms of connecting to Savannah. A truck driver can leave Henry County, drive to the port of Savannah, and because they operate so efficiently, get a load from there, turn around and get back to Henry County, do that in one day and meet those hours of service requirements. Now, I'm sure there's truck drivers doing this coming out of Clayton County as well, but as you move into other parts of our region, north side of our region, west side, that becomes much more difficult, simply not just because of the distance you'll travel, but because you're likely to get some traffic congestion in Metro Atlanta. So we saw is really Henry County, this explosion of growth, both because at the time land values were a little less expensive there, but it's certainly gone up over the years, but also because it was key for connecting to Savannah. Truck drivers could make that turn in one day and meet those federal requirements for hours of service. So you can really see on this aerial all those big white rooftops of these buildings that have been built to serve Savannah. And even some of these smaller buildings are industrial. Then, of course, we have a good bit of commercial up at the next interchange at State Route 20. A lot of residential, but still a lot of undeveloped land along I-75 as well. So a lot happening, but still a lot of potential growth. But this has resulted in a lot of traffic congestion, particularly at this State Route 155 interchange. So as we delved into that, we looked at some NRIX data set that uses cell phone data to know if you're sitting in traffic congestion. And what we found is if you're heading south coming out of McDonough, the daily maximum queue length really reaches about 1.77 miles of traffic every day. So that is a long distance of sitting in a queue, sitting in a backup of traffic that folks experience there every single day. Again, that's the maximum. You're not going to experience that, all day, but certainly at some point you're likely to hit that. So that really delays everyone in that region, McDonough area, both passenger vehicles as well as freight. Coming the opposite direction, though, heading north, most of the industrial development is over there on the southwest side of I-75. You see that delay is much greater. Queue lengths reach nearly 3.6 miles for traffic heading up that direction. So that is a long time sitting in traffic and really has a big impact on what's happening there locally. So why do we have that much traffic congestion there? Well, simply put, when this was built, this interchange was built, there wasn't nearly that much development there, so there wasn't that need for a lot of capacity. And right now what we have is simply not enough capacity to handle what's going underneath I-75 in terms of turn lanes as well as through lanes. But we also have challenges with the ramps that you have here. The loop ramps that you see slow down all traffic, but in particular they slow down trucks. Trucks have to drive very slowly as they go around these loops, so that delays other vehicles than getting on those ramps and making those turns from those intersections there. So why is it designed like this? If you delve a little deeper, look in that aerial, you can actually see some railroad tracks there next to State Route 155. Those parallel Highway 155 and prevented ramps from being built on the other side of State Route 155. That's why it wasn't built like a standard diamond interchange that you see in most places. To address this, you could potentially look at flyover ramps. Those would be very expensive, potentially cost prohibitive at a location like this. So it might not be a workable solution at a location like this. Wider loop ramps could decrease delay there, having something with a bigger turning radius. But again, that's, you would have to do that in conjunction with adding more lanes underneath I-75. Looking at that, we knew that that was a big project, very expensive, so county started looking at other locations. Looking up there to the north, State Route 20 interchange has also seen a massive amount of growth of a lot of retail, restaurant, and commuter traffic there using State Route 20. So that's really not a workable alternative for shifting trucks. Looking to the south, the next interchange is Bill Gardner Parkway there in Locust Grove. It's further from that industrial development, so it's not ideal for serving it in that respect, but certainly some trucks are already heading down there to avoid that congestion at Highway 155. However, the Bill Gardner Parkway interchange is already also seeing growing congestion from retail as well as from commuter traffic. If you ever go down there, that's where there's a large outlet mall. And so around the holidays, that definitely sees a lot of congestion just because of holiday shoppers. But it happens to be that fourth quarter of the year, in December especially, that's when you see some of the highest truck volumes because they're also trying to make sure goods are in those stores each and every day. So that wasn't a great solution either. So then county leadership started looking at, well, what happens in between? They found the Bethlehem Road overpass there within Henry County. Right now, we have about 4.5 miles between State Route 155 interchange and Bill Gardner Parkway interchange. That's pretty standard in a rural area. This isn't so rural anymore. Now, certainly some parts of Henry County still are, but we've had a lot of suburban growth there going on since the 90s, and so they started looking at this as the next location up. Currently, funding for this project is in the 2030 to 2040 timeframe. So while there's been a lot of analysis, a lot of congestion, currently in our long-range regional transportation plan, it's in that long-range phase. Now, certainly, GDOT, as part of MMIP, is looking at commercial vehicle lanes that will come through here, may in fact use this interchange. I know the design is still being developed and identified exactly where it's going to go, and if this will be implemented as part of that, so that may move it up sooner. And that will certainly help alleviate congestion at 155. But we expect there will still be some congestion there as well, just because volumes are so high. So it's something where you want to do Bethlehem Road, but certainly you still want to have something addressed at 155. Right now, that's in that unconstrained list. There's nothing actually funding it at all. Yes.
So in partnership with Henry County, preliminary analysis was done to do an interchange justification report for federal highway. That work has been done. There's been a favorable nod that would be approved, but we actually have to advance it further in project development and do a little bit of environmental work. The city of Locust Grove and GDOT both have just applied through the ARC for between local, state, and federal funding to advance it into the scoping phase or preliminary engineering to get underway to get that approval. That having the interchange justification approval for federal highway is very critical. We've got all signs point to yes, but we need to finish that. But still, the actual right-of-way and construction funding is yet to be approved.
Oh, really? Is that in Locust Grove jurisdiction, or is it Henry County?
I believe it is in Locust Grove.
Okay.
The city just has, again, made application themselves for supporting the project. Henry County had this on their SPLOST list, I think, $4 or $5 million on their SPLOST list.
It's desperately needed, as you well know, Commissioner.
I was going to say, it is desperately needed. The two white, the two white buildings on the left are the two new biggest uses. That's the Florida building, and that is a cost estimate.
Yeah.
Yeah, State Route 155 is certainly on our radar as well, but it's again, it's one of those unfunded movies that we just haven't found a solution for yet.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that, I pull out this one because it is unfunded, but I don't want to ignore it. That's why I had MMIP up. a lot of large distribution centers there in South Fulton County. And we have roads like that kind of throughout our region that don't stand out on a regional map, but they're hugely important for what's happening locally at these distribution centers and really serve the industrial development throughout our region. And so when we developed this project list, we really looked in detail at what's happening on roads like this. But we also looked at land use. And what you find here is that this is a Georgia Power data set that we got that delves into their industrial customers and where they're located and the square footage of these industrial customers. This is specifically manufacturing. As you can see, we really have manufacturing throughout our entire region. Focused largely along our interstate highways, but you can see that it really goes out even further. Counties like Paulding County, Walton County even have locations that are not along interstate highways. So certainly a lot of manufacturing is still going on in our region. Hotspots include Fulton Industrial Boulevard, along I-20 East out along Rockdale and Newton counties, and then heading up I-85 into Gwinnett and DeKalb counties. While we have a lot of manufacturing, we have a lot more industrial development focus on warehouses and distribution centers. This is a map, again, same Georgia Power data set, but focused on a different type of industrial. You can see it really is focused more along interstate highways. Again, the key hotspots on the south and west sides of our region, they're Henry County, they're the airport, they're along Fulton Industrial Boulevard, and then heading northeast again up in Gwinnett County along that I-85 corridor. Really, these are some of the key locations where that freight activity is taking place. As we looked at those data sets, we ended up combining them, and what we found is that no big surprise, a lot of industrial development is located near other industrial development. These are land uses that you typically don't want to build a neighborhood next to a warehouse, so it's common to have industrial by other industrial. We end up calling these areas freight clusters and identified the 7 freight clusters that you see here. We found as we went through our project list that we knew some big projects as well as some smaller projects in these areas, but we didn't know them as well as that we really wanted to. We thought we really needed to do a deeper dive on these areas that we couldn't do as part of that 2016 update plan. And so we identified the need for what we called freight cluster plans. And so this is something where we will provide grant funding to local jurisdictions or to community improvement districts to conduct local area freight plans and industrial plans for these cluster areas. They will focus on everything that you see here on the screen and more. So look at things like roadways, traffic congestion, do a detailed traffic study, look at safety and crash data, look at access to jobs. One of the things that we hear from some of these industrial businesses is that simply getting workers to work each day is a big challenge. The number 2 reasons they have for losing workers is failing a drug test and not being able to get to work on a regular basis. They don't have a means of transportation. So certainly we will look at bike and pedestrian and transit infrastructure as well. We'll look at how technology is changing, growth and land use changes. We'll look at truck parking. We've already looked at it at a regional level, need to look at it locally as well as at state level and beyond, but certainly it's a part of these plans as well. This has already kicked off. First one out of the gate was actually the South Fulton CID. They came to us in a previous grant application period as we were doing that 2016 plan, said we want to do a local plan focused on freight. They called it a multimodal plan. We said that's a great idea. We were putting that into our plan anyway. So they get the gold star for being the first one. That's the number 1 there on the map towards the southwest. So that's kind of the Fairburn Union City area down there. Large CSX intermodal facility down there as well. We had 4 plans kicking off this year and have more coming up later next year. Most of them you can see are in those freight clusters. There on the south side of the map, one that stands out that is not in a cluster is number 4, which is Spalding County. They came to us, said we have some manufacturing, we have a Caterpillar facility, some other industrial, and we have a lot of undeveloped land and we want to bring in more industrial, but we want to plan ahead for it. So much of our planning is trying to fix issues that are already there. They said, let's get out ahead of it. We said that makes sense. So they kicked off a study in their area a couple months ago. Number 6 there in the center of the map, that's actually in downtown Midtown Atlanta. So clearly that is not an industrial area. That's where we have high rises, and their issue is very different. Their issue, that study will focus on urban delivery. We're seeing a lot more growth in urban deliveries. We're seeing a lot more in-town development. So you have a lot more commercial deliveries going to restaurants and to stores. We're also seeing that growth in e-commerce. So we're seeing a lot more UPS and FedEx and Amazon deliveries going to all these high-rise condo and office buildings. And then, of course, we're seeing on-demand delivery. We're seeing Uber Eats and DoorDash and Postmates and things like that all competing for the same space at the curb that's also being used for transit buses, that's being used by bike and pedestrian infrastructure, that's being used by rideshare services, and scooters. You may have heard of those, are kind of everywhere around Atlanta all of a sudden. And so all those are competing for that same area. So this is certainly a growing issue there as well. Just last week, we closed another application process, and actually City of Atlanta applied for a grant there for Northwest Atlanta, centering around the area where Norfolk Southern's Emmons Yard is located. CSX Howell Yard is up there as well. So that's one we may be funding as well. Again, that process, that application just closed on Friday, so we haven't really delved into what will be funded, but certainly that is another hot spot that we'll be looking at as well, and that connection to rail is very key for a study like that. Yes.
I can talk loud enough.
Gotcha.
Spalding County had started, I guess, did you say a CID, or they started investigating, looking at 16 Highway, which is exit 205 off 75? Is that correct?
They do not have a CID yet. They are looking at a freight cluster plan, so they're delving into a freight-specific and industrial-specific plan for their area. And certainly State Route 16 is kind of their main interchange, even though it's actually in Butts County.
Right.
They do have an interest in an interchange up at Jenkinsburg Road potentially as well.
How could we get, because when you look at 16 Highway, it connects you to 85, to 75, all the way over. Once you hit 441, you get on 20. So
Right.
it can connect you clear across the state. How would you, and 205 is the exit right below Bill Gardner Parkway, which is obviously where a lot of your big distribution buildings have, taken root, and also, but now, with the new e-commerce, the facilities that they built 10 years ago don't accommodate the e-commerce operators, so they're obviously moving down the interstate, and 205 is a prime example. Like right now as we speak, there's one developer who is planning a project which is going to 1,000 acres, which is going to encompass 15 million square feet of e-commerce facilities right off that exit.
Yep.
So I would say, so we could avoid a 155 situation that we have in Henry County right now, it would probably be good for us, through the DOT's office, to get with these counties that are going to be most affected by this, and come up with a game plan, to prevent something like what has happened north of, just one exit, couple exits north of this current facility. So how do we go about doing that, other than just, can your organization help do that, or how would one go about doing that, other than just going and see them ourselves as elected officials?
I think what we do at ARC, part of it, because we have funded this freight cluster plan there for Spalding County, and so they're certainly looking at that. They're very well aware of what happened at State Route 155 and kind of see that and don't want to become that. So certainly they have that in mind, and are, that was a big topic of discussion at their kickoff meeting of, we don't want to become, what's happening in Henry County, but we do want the growth, so they want to manage as best they can. Certainly though, as you look at State Route 16, it really goes across a lot of local jurisdictions, but it's not entirely in our MPO boundaries either. That State Route 16 interchange is actually in Butts County, which is not in our boundaries. So that's something that's definitely a GDOT question. Obviously, State Route 16 is a state route, so that's, looked at GDOT there as well. It's also in Three Rivers Regional Commission. It's within ARC as an MPO, but it's, in terms of a regional commission, it's actually Three Rivers. So part of the complexity is you're going to have two different regional commissions, us as an MPO, multiple local jurisdictions, and GDOT. Certainly, we all need to work together and kind of figure out those solutions. That said, funding is a big part of something like that, because obviously State Route 16, it's a 4-lane. That interchange has already been redeveloped there at I-75. So the good news is I don't think you're going to have that interchange bottleneck like you have at State Route 155. You don't have the railroad tracks. It's already been widened. So you're in pretty good shape at the interchange itself. But if you're looking at kind of that cross-jurisdictional traffic, which right now State Route 16, it's a 4-lane getting you to Griffin. It drops to a 2-lane west of there, goes through a lot of small towns. And so certainly that's a challenge if you are looking to go all the way across. But then it kind of comes down to, where do you want to spend the money? Where do you get the most bang for the buck on a project like that versus the other needs within our region, certainly. So.
I'll just think this work of this commission is informative again, and whatever we can share. The ARC does a good job with their members of like the freight cluster planning. It's an awareness and a collaborative effort that it takes, because otherwise you're having to be responsive, and you're behind, and be responsive after something has happened. So I think this commission certainly sheds light on the necessity of continued coordination and planning and visioning
Right.
for those opportunities that exist. Because it's not only here, I mean, it's pick an interstate corridor and have
Right.
some discussion.
Because as you well know, Commissioner, you've got 16 that touches 36, Highway 36, Highway 42, Highway 87, Highway 83, Highway 441. So it hits, and then ultimately gets you over to I-20. So it hits, it's a pretty good thoroughfare through your state right there.
Yeah,
So.
there's a lot of corridors like that, and that Astro map about 3 or 4 slides back is a really good piece of work, and the study they did there that highlights, that showed the truck volumes by all these routes, but what they don't show you is the capacity of those roadways, which are already at capacity, carrying high volumes of trucks. And just again, that Astro map, I always like to use it to show that's the non-interstate freight needs that exist that nobody really talks about often. And their 16 is a good example of that, is the connectivity it has, really sort of east to west. You start looking at that map, you can see those north, south, east, west connectors that go to these freight clusters that are connected to interstates, which is cool. A lot of need for that.
Yep. And Commissioner McMurray started by saying that a lot of these buildings are just off of Highway 155 on more local roads. And that's also one of the challenges, even within those local jurisdictions, as that the approval for that land use change may have come out of community development zoning staff, which is maybe totally separate from their transportation staff. So sometimes even locally, internally, that conversation isn't happening, which means it doesn't necessarily always make its way to us as an MPO or to GDOT. And so getting the right people in the room and having these conversations is key. It's part of why we're doing these freight cluster plans, and certainly GDOT staff was at the kickoff for the one in Spalding County, and we look forward to continuing to work with them as we go through that process.
And let me defend DOT real quick, because they actually had a plan in place for this corridor that we're talking about right now 20 years ago, and it was a local politics got in the way of it. So imagine that. But at any rate, so I do need to defend my DOT friends there.
So I'm going to move on from that and go to our truck parking study. Obviously, that's already been talked about a good bit this morning, and those of you who drove up from Atlanta probably did see a lot of trucks parked on highway ramps and on rest area ramps. So this is certainly a big and growing issue for us in Metro Atlanta, as it is throughout other parts of the state and throughout the country. As we went through our 2016 freight plan update, we heard from some planners and some elected officials in our region. They were experiencing more of this, seeing more of these trucks parked in unauthorized locations. But we didn't really have any data to back that up. We didn't think they were wrong, but we really didn't know what that meant. But we also saw that this was a growing issue at the federal level with FHWA and Jason's Law. So we thought it made sense for us to delve into this and do a study to find out really where we stood with this in terms of Metro Atlanta. So we've talked about this already, issues with trucks parking on these ramps. Yeah, you can see it here where a truck is parked at the end of a ramp coming from a rest area. This is actually a rest area outside of Macon, but certainly you'll see it on highway ramps for any type of interchange as well. But this is very clear where you can see if other vehicles are on the highway and if one were to lose control, change lanes, or hit that, run off the road there could potentially hit that truck that's parked on the side of the road. This doesn't happen often, but it has been known to happen, and when it does, obviously, whether it's on the mainline highway or on a ramp itself, it tends to be a fairly high-speed crash, so injuries and fatalities are common. So again, not frequent, but is a bad accident when it does take place. You also see trucks parked on the side of the road, not just highway ramps, but on local roads as well, parked on the side of the road. You have a similar type of crash risk, but you also have sight distance issues. So think if you're a vehicle coming out of a driveway or out of a cross street that's nearby, you look to see if you can make a turn, and there's this big tractor trailer in your eye line. You can't know if there's other traffic coming, so it creates that safety issue for you as another driver not being able to see what's coming down the road right there. So you see two types of safety issues right there for the traveling public. But of course, this is a big deal for the trucking industry as well. Truck drivers unfortunately get robbed sometimes, and on occasion, crimes worse than that happen as well. Jason's Law was named after a truck driver named Jason Rivenberg. He was from upstate New York, and one night he parked in a vacant lot in South Carolina. Overnight, he was robbed and murdered. He only had about $7 on him, and they didn't take his cargo, which was actually organic milk heading to a grocery store distribution center. So unfortunately, it was a crime of opportunity by someone. Didn't really, really kind of one of those senseless crimes that really makes the news and really galvanized the trucking community. Left behind a wife and young son, and his widow has really been very active on this, really stating, look, if we had somewhere for truck drivers to park, this wouldn't have been an issue. He would still be there to be a father to our son. And so it's something that really has become a big push for the trucking industry, because while it's a safety issue for everyone in the public, it really comes down to their personal safety each and every night. Most of us know that we're going home tonight, or at worst, we're going maybe to a hotel room. We know we have somewhere safe to stop and sleep for the night, and the truck drivers are looking for the same thing. This comes down to the hours of service requirements that we talked about earlier. Truck drivers can drive a maximum of 11 hours per day in a 14-hour time period. Then they have to stop for at least 10 hours. As we talked about, it used to be paper and pen logs, so you could maybe, if need be, fake the logs a little bit if you had to extend a little bit as you're trying to get to that truck parking space. After those ELDs kicked in, can't do that anymore. Those kicked in December of 2017, and as Rebecca said, the AA onboard recording device exemption ends in December of this year. This has kind of resulted in a little bit of an increased demand for truck parking, but also we've seen truck parking lots, truck stops, rest areas fill up a little bit earlier in the day is what's kind of being reported nationally, because truck drivers want to know they have somewhere to stop before everything fills up. As we started this study, the first thing we wanted to do is find out really where truck parking was located in our region. What we saw is that most of the truck stops were located on the south and west side of the region. I mentioned truck stops because we don't have any rest areas in Metro Atlanta. And when I say Metro Atlanta, I mean our 20-county region, no rest areas at all. There were some in the past, but through highway expansion, through other development, basically they've all been closed over time, which is understandable because the rest area is primarily targeted towards rural areas where you may not have somewhere else to pull off as a driver in the public. Obviously, we have a lot of suburban development in Metro Atlanta, so there's lots of places to go, but not necessarily truck parking. We saw most of this was located in the south and west side of our region or just outside of our region. This map shows our 20-county area, but also kind of goes one county further out in each direction. So you really see counties like Bartow County and Jackson County, and then to the east, Morgan County and Butts County to the southeast, and then to the west, Haralson and Carroll counties. You see a lot of those red dots there representing truck stops of various sizes in those adjacent counties. So really it comes down to a lot of those truck stops really serve Metro Atlanta in many ways. The counties in gray, they don't have any truck parking whatsoever. And then if you look at Fulton County, has a good bit of, actually has the most truck parking of any of these counties, but nothing in North Fulton. DeKalb County spaces are mostly in the southwest part of the county. So if you look at those together with the counties in gray, you really see that along and north of I-20, there's almost nowhere for truck drivers to park when they're looking for somewhere to end the day. The driver dwell time at distribution centers came up earlier as well, and we've been hearing about that nationally. And that really presents a challenge for drivers that may go to one of these counties, because certainly we have a lot of industrial development in those counties in gray. They may go to one of these, pickup or drop-off points, think maybe I'll be there an hour. Suddenly they end up there 5 or 6 hours, and that hours of service clock was clicking that whole time. So it comes down to the fact that they just finished their hours of service even though they weren't on the road, yet there's nowhere nearby, even anywhere in that county they're in, or maybe in the adjacent county for them to find somewhere to park. And that's part of what contributes to them looking for somewhere to park in these unauthorized locations. Yes.
So I live near the big dotted 285 and I-20. And what I'm seeing, my question is, does the truck stop charge people to park there or something? Because I'm noticing, and it's not a good thing, a lot of them parking on vacant lots along Donnelly Hollowell Parkway, also known as Bankhead Highway. And that's a very dangerous proposition for them.
Right.
But it also, I'm seeing people leave trailers and pieces of trucks. It's just becoming a mess. So my question is, are they moving and parking in other places because they get charged? How does that work?
It varies by location. Most will want to charge, most truck stops will charge if they can, but certainly some of them will be free, especially if they're in a lower demand location. They really don't make a lot of money off of what they charge for you to park. They really make the money on, if a truck driver goes there to park overnight, he's more likely to buy fuel, and he's more likely to spend money on food, on other goods, on paying for a shower, things like that. So that's really where their income comes from. Now, that said, some definitely charge. Prices vary. Some it may be if you come in and you buy diesel, you get to park for free. So it will vary a good bit. I don't know what the one right there at Hollowell Parkway, what they charge or how much, but certainly, it can vary a good bit by where you're at. But as we looked at our study, we actually had, Atri was a part of our consultant team for that. And so looking at the GPS data Rebecca showed earlier, they actually looked at Hollowell Parkway as one of those spots where we were seeing trucks parked in locations that were not the truck stop. And it's something that really stood out to us of Hollowell. Certainly safety there, parking overnight would be an issue. And so we definitely saw that there. And so we don't know definitively if it's just that they don't want to pay or if it's a matter of not enough spaces. But certainly the challenge might be they know that truck stop is there. If they get there, they're out of their hours of service potentially or running out. And as you can see, there's nothing else really to the north or to the east that they can go to. There's some to the south and west, but they may all fill up. And that one at Hollowell is really the most central location within the metro Atlanta area, closest to what we really have there in the city.
Well, I just want to say just one other point on that is, Hollowell is a state route, and around these truck stops, I do think that we need to consider more state patrols to help augment, of course, our city patrol, because they also drive drugs and prostitution and other things along these corridors where these trucks are. Because usually if it's at the truck stop location, they have their own internal security, and when they get outside of that, then they drive that activity outside of that. So that may also be a reason why some of them aren't parking on that lot.
It is definitely a challenge. Law enforcement and security at these locations is always a challenge, including at some truck stops. They kind of vary by what security they have. That said, something we hear from the trucking industry is that their truck drivers are more likely to be a crime victim than to be the criminal. It's tough to actually be a truck driver and be a regular drug user. You will be caught pretty quickly. And then kind of anecdotally, I know a planner who was doing a freight plan in another state and looking at truck parking. They went out to some truck stops and they were seeing signs on some of the drivers' windows that said, "Please don't knock, I'm married." And they didn't know why that was there. And they said that basically it comes down to they would have a prostitute who would literally walk around and knock on windows. And they're like, most of the drivers just want to get a good night's sleep, but they're still being interrupted at night.
I'm not
So.
suggesting that the truck drivers are using drugs because that would impair theirs.
Right.
But the people who service them, put it nicely,
Right.
use drugs, and so the drug activity is in and around that.
Right. And I think having increased law enforcement would help everyone in locations like this because, again, the truck drivers, most are just looking to get a good night's sleep and get off the road for a while somewhere safe for the night. So, yeah, absolutely. If law enforcement can be increased, that's a positive thing in any of these areas. So we did a lot of data analysis with that. I won't bore you with all those details, but certainly we saw that supply and then looked at demand and saw that we had much greater demand than we had overall for truck parking in the region. We did a lot of outreach, had a number of meetings, stakeholder interviews, surveys, things like that. One piece that I'll pull out of that is a truck driver survey that we did aimed at truck drivers from outside of the state of Georgia, which I've never done a survey that said, I don't want to hear from anybody locally. I want to talk to folks in other states. And so certainly Atri helped with that, as did Florida DOT and a couple other MPOs helped to get this out to truck drivers in other locations. We got 277 responses. Asked them a number of questions, but I like to pull out this one question here where we said, how long does it usually take you to find truck parking in the Atlanta region? 51% said it takes them more than an hour. 41% said it takes them 30 minutes to an hour. Atri has done similar surveys in other parts of the country as well nationally and found similar types of numbers. What it comes down to is truck drivers, they know where these truck stops are. They get there, it might be full, and then they may have to go somewhere else to find somewhere to park. There are some apps out there that can help, but the truck driver can't legally use the app while he's driving. So that's obviously a limitation right there. So as you look at these numbers, you see a lot of time that's wasted. It's wasting their time and it's wasting their fuel, so it's not good for them, but it's not good for us either. If they're driving around looking for somewhere to park, that's impacting our traffic congestion, that's impacting our air quality because they're burning more fuel. So it's definitely, we approach this as a safety issue, which is what it is first and foremost, but it definitely has an impact on traffic congestion and air quality as well. So how do we address it? Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to add, in some of our research we've done, female professional drivers prefer to park at rest areas because they feel safer than they do at truck stops. Hassle bus, whatever the situation may be. Our workforce is about 6% female. Certainly that is one way to help us resolve the driver shortage is to bring more women into the industry. So where we can make more public rest areas available for women to park trucks, men too, but women stated preference to park in rest areas, I think that will help us on the driver's side as well.
Yeah, and we heard that same thing from the Real Women in Trucking Association that I'm sure you're familiar with. I ended up connecting with the head of that organization since then, and they provided some input as well. So yeah, they said the same thing. The rest areas tend to stand out more so for them than the truck stops themselves. And they typically kind of have food with them and can prepare it there in the cab and don't necessarily need to stop for a restaurant necessarily. So.
So earlier we saw numbers and heard, if I remember correctly, 70% or more of the trucks coming into this metro region are coming to that region. Drop their cargo or load their cargo. They're not coming through Atlanta. They're
Right.
coming to Atlanta.
Yeah, about 88% have an order and destination.
Why do we need all of these parking, overnight parking spaces in that area?
Mhm.
We do, after they dump their load, maybe they want to sleep before they leave, gas up, I get that. Are the businesses, and maybe some of you all that are, you talk a little bit about this, are you offering your parking lots to these drivers to let them park there overnight to get their sleep before they have to leave out? Is there room to do that? Is there a way to help incentivize some of these shipping centers to get them off the road, not look for public parking?
Right. I feel like you may have looked ahead to my next slide with that question to a certain, this slide right here. But your question is right on the money because a lot of these truck drivers, yeah, 88% have an origin or destination somewhere in Metro Atlanta. So they make that pickup or drop off, and they may be there a while when that happens. So at the end of the day, they have to find somewhere to stop for the night. They may not be living in Atlanta, so they have to find somewhere to stop. They're typically not allowed to stay at the warehouse distribution center, so they're not typically. There are some exceptions, so something where if it's a private fleet, so for example, Walmart. Walmart actually allows Walmart truck drivers to park at Walmart stores. So they're very good in terms of what they do for their own truck drivers, but they don't necessarily want other truck drivers to park in their lots, understandably, because it has an impact on their asphalt. That's actually happened in Gwinnett County. Gwinnett County has a couple Walmarts that call law enforcement because they have other truck drivers that will just come and park on their lots, and they're having to kick them out on a regular basis. But on the flip side, there's nowhere for them to go anywhere in Gwinnett County. So certainly that is a challenge. What we heard as we went through our study, we talked to Kroger, for example, down there at Fort Gillum. They said they had 500 trucks coming in every day and 500 trucks coming out. They said, we don't have the space for them to park overnight. They said that sometimes a truck driver finishes their pickup or drop off there, and then they try to get lost on site. It's a big site, and so they literally try to drive somewhere else on site and find somewhere to park. They have on-site security. Obviously, a typical Walmart may not have that, but a massive distribution center like that does. And they have to send their security around to kick truck drivers out because they won't allow them to stay overnight. And I'm not trying to pick on Kroger like that. Obviously, they've only got so many spaces, and what they're doing is not unique. Most warehouse distribution centers will not allow truck drivers there to park overnight. And pretty commonly, the company that operates the warehouse distribution center is not the same company that's operating the trucking company. So you have two different companies, two different sets of goals in place. But the reason I said it kind of ties into this next slide is one example where that has happened. This is a Unilever facility in rural Pennsylvania. They were having a tough time even getting truck drivers to come to their location because by the time the truckers got back to a rest area or truck stop, everything was full. So they started a pilot program where they set aside a couple spaces for truck drivers to park overnight. They said you had to follow the requirements that you see here on the left side of the screen, really which are focused on safety. They did this, and so far it's been successful. They have since expanded it to add more spaces. And so it's gone from something that was an unpopular route for truck drivers to something that's a popular route because they know they have somewhere to stop for the night, somewhere that's safe, that has facilities, and so they don't have to stress about this and worry about where they're going to stop for the night. That said, this is very rare. It made the news because it's so rare. And again, the companies operating the warehouse and distribution centers are not the trucking companies. They have different interests in place. This came up as we went through our regional truck parking study, so the idea of making zoning changes at the local level, where you said if a developer is building any industrial development above a certain size, say 500,000 square feet or above, should that developer have to include spaces for trucks to park overnight? This got some traction with some of our planners and elected officials, but at the same time, the question came up, well, if I make that change in my jurisdiction, I've increased the price of that development there locally. And if I do that in my city or county, but my neighbor in the next city or county doesn't, I've just become, created a disadvantage for my location versus my neighbor in that next jurisdiction. So certainly while there's some positives to this, at the same time, it has some economic downsides as well. So it's something that, great for conversation, but, I haven't seen any action on this yet. Also looked at what's happening in some other states. This is one where we looked at Missouri. They have actually converted a number of old rest areas and way stations to truck parking facilities. They have a map showing all of this, and they have actually 23 truck parking facilities across the state. And the online map shows the number of spaces, amenities, things like that. Doesn't have real-time truck parking information there, but does give them the basics. I've seen something similar in South Dakota, just not on as much of a widespread basis. Up in Nebraska, we found this example where they converted the interior of a loop ramp to truck parking. I think this is a very rare example, but wanted to show it because it kind of shows how folks are trying to get creative to find somewhere for trucks to park. This must be a very large loop ramp because they claim it can store up to 200 trucks can park there overnight. Again, I don't know of any loop ramps we have like that, definitely in Metro Atlanta, maybe other parts of the state, but this must be a very large ramp to fit that many trucks in there. As you can see, it's kind of a barren looking lot. There's no restroom facilities or anything else. There's trash cans is my understanding, but that's it. So not an ideal solution, but really showing how other states are struggling with this challenge and trying to find anything to kind of work around the edges to find somewhere for truck drivers to park. Moving on, some cities are delving into this as well. Elmira, New York took an industrial zone parcel. It was next to a carpool parking lot, created a lot for 25 truck parking spaces. They charge $5 per day to park there, so not a big cost if you have a pickup or drop off in that area. They actually allow truck drivers to leave a truck there up to 30 days. That's kind of a longer term parking issue that has come up as well. Independent owner operators, they can't take their trucks home typically. And so they're looking for somewhere to park as well, and so this gives them some options there in Elmira, New York. So definitely a different need, doesn't hit the hours of service, but a growing need in our region and possibly the state as well. The city of Weed, California, located on Interstate 5, did the similar sort of thing, created a truck parking lot with 30 spaces. There they can only park for 72 hours. We think, a lot of cases you would look at that 72 hours or less, maybe just 12 hours at a time, 24 hours at a time, something like that. So you ensure a certain amount of turnover because you're obviously going to have limited inventory for locations like this. Moving on to real-time truck parking information. This helps to prevent that time that truck drivers search for somewhere to park, lets them know exactly what's available at a given location. As we went through our truck parking study, we talked to Florida DOT. They received a grant from FHWA known as a Fast Lane grant in the process of installing sensors, which are known as pucks, because they're roughly the size of a hockey puck. They're putting about 2 or 3 sensors per truck parking space in rest areas throughout the state. This gives you very accurate information by doing an installation like that. However, it's also very expensive, and it may have pretty high maintenance costs over time because this is brand new. And so we have to kind of wait and see how often those batteries need to be replaced or if they get damaged by having trucks driving over them. So certainly this is a workable solution, but one that might be fairly costly over time. Moving on to a bigger deployment. This is the Mid-America Association of State Transportation Officials. This is an 8-state deployment throughout the states that you see here kind of in the middle part of the country. All the interstate highways that you see along these corridors have all had this installed. Again, this was a federal grant. This was what's called a Tiger grant. for $25 million. So certainly there is some funding available that can help pay for things like this that we can get from the feds. We'll need a local match or a state match, but can help pay for up to 80% of these projects typically. As you see, this is mostly in middle America, but does get as far to the southeast as Kentucky. So not too far from us here in Georgia, and kind of creates a consistent system across multiple states. This uses a couple different ways to detect if trucks are there. A lot of it is camera-based rather than the pucks that I showed with Florida DOT. It's a little bit cheaper to install and maintain because the cameras are pretty inexpensive, and you don't necessarily have to have one in every space to count how many trucks are actually there at a given time. They take this data, they process it, and then they put it out to the truck drivers via multiple ways. One are the signage that you see here, which they put along the side of interstate highways. As I mentioned, it's illegal for the truck drivers to use their phone and look at an app as they drive. So these signs are key to letting them know where parking is available. Also can post this information on their 511 websites, and of course make it available via an app. And they make this data available for third parties. So they don't necessarily, each state doesn't have to go create an app. Other private sector companies can do that instead, and some already have. This examples of the signage that they're put up. Won't go into details, obviously, about what you're seeing here, but want to point out that signs like this are governed by something called the MUTCD. Make sure every sign on every highway, every stop sign on every road, every traffic signal looks the same wherever you are. As they started this initiative, they found there was nothing approved for truck parking signage. So this was kind of a lengthy process, is my understanding from them, to go through and get this approval. So now the good thing is they've done this. You know, if we want to do something like this, we don't have to go get that approval from scratch. This has already been done through the Mid-America Freight Coalition. So that's a good key takeaway. We don't have to invent the wheel. They've already done that for us. Similar information for the public data feed. Like I said, they put this data out to those third-party app developers. Again, they've already developed that language that gets that real-time truck parking information out. This isn't too different from what you might see if you looked at Google Maps and saw information about transit when the next train or the next bus is arriving. This is kind of a similar process, similar scripting language. Again, the key thing is they've already developed how to do that, so we don't have to figure that out. We can kind of look at what they've done, and since they got that FHWA grant, the idea is that that could be spread to other states like Georgia. Next steps in terms of truck parking, Gwinnett County, as we went through our regional truck parking study, they saw that they had no spaces in their county, and they were hearing from unhappy folks like the Walmart stores that were calling and complaining, as well as some office developments that were having trucks parking there overnight and that were unhappy about that. Typical office parking lot, the asphalt is simply not built to withstand a truck parking there overnight. So that creates an issue for them on a maintenance. It really increases their costs. But on the flip side, as I said, Gwinnett County has nowhere for truck drivers to park there in the county. So they really saw this as something they probably shouldn't continue to ignore. So they delved into a county level truck parking study. Nor does Cobb, neither does Rockdale, Newton, Forsyth, nor Fulton, number of our counties, nothing available really. That's looking at the local level. At a higher level, something called a National Economic Partnership Grant that Tennessee DOT went after. Ended up partnering with ARC and GDOT, as well as the Alabama DOT and Birmingham MPO, kind of looking at that triangle between Atlanta, Birmingham, and Nashville, looking at freight and logistics from an economic perspective, but also at truck parking as well. So really that's going on there too, to kind of look at potential ways to coordinate and figure out what the needs are. Zoning code updates, I mentioned that could be done in terms of requiring truck parking and new developments, particularly larger ones. Can also look at best practices for truck stops, making sure that when you get a new truck stop, it really is designed well, has lighting and other features for security that really follows best practices. Make sure you get a good product, because what we found going through our truck parking study, we have that inventory map I showed you. We had somebody from a trucking company point to one and say, I know you got to have it on your map. You don't want to go there. He's like, it's not safe, it's not clean, you don't want to go there. That is not a good example. So the idea would be in zoning as much as you can, or other regulations, make sure you're getting a good product when you get these new truck stops. We're also hearing from the private sector, some private sector companies want to open just truck parking lots, not full truck stops, but just parking lots for trucks. One example is a company called TSPS. They don't have any facilities in Metro Atlanta, but they're interested in expanding in our region because they know there's so much demand So we brought them in, they talked to one of our committees at ARC, have made some connections locally, so they are certainly looking to expand. Don't want to just promote them, they certainly have competitors, and so we're open to anybody who wants to bring forth a quality facility. One of the things that they stress, though, is security. They say, we have our facilities fenced in, we have a guard at the front. You don't get on site unless you're a truck driver who's parking here. We don't let you in, so we don't have those crime issues that you may see at some locations or some unauthorized locations. But certainly, they are going to charge you if you're going to park there. It's not going to be free. But at the same time, they are looking to get in some of these closer locations. So a Gwinnett County, a Fulton Industrial Boulevard, something like that, where a truck driver can park close to their pickup or drop-off point. And also, we're continuing to look at this at the local level. There are county-level comprehensive transportation plans, as well as those freight cluster plans that we talked about earlier. So certainly, this is an issue that we can't solve as an MPO. It's got to be regional level, local level, state level, and above, all looking at this issue to figure out those solutions. To kind of wrap things up, I covered a lot of information, a lot of details in terms of data, in terms of projects, in terms of truck parking. Again, we're seeing a lot of industrial growth happening in Metro Atlanta, really supporting Atlanta as a distribution hub of the Southeast and supporting everything that's coming out of the port there in Savannah. Our regional freight needs include some of those big projects like the interchange projects there on I-75 in Henry County, as well as some other parts of the region, as well as a lot of smaller projects. Some of those local projects, intersection projects, turn lanes, changing a turning radius at an intersection, things like that, that we'll find more out about through our freight cluster plans that you see here. And then lastly, truck parking. We need more facilities. We need more spaces in our region based on the demand analysis that we did. And certainly that real-time truck parking information can help as well to help cut down on the time that truck drivers may spend looking for somewhere to park. And with that, I'm happy to take any additional questions that we may have.
Thank you for all the information. Just one quick question and a couple of comments. As part of your freight plan that you've done and working with GDOT, do you have any numbers that you put together for the region to go along with that plan of those improvements, those intersection improvements, et cetera? What kind of numbers we're talking about as far as cost?
In terms of dollar value, not off the top of my head, but I will go back and look at our freight plan and see where we stand on that. So.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting maybe to send to Chelsea so we can send it out to the commission just to understand what kind of costs we're looking at for a lot of these improvements you're talking about. And then one of the things that struck me is the parking, and you've got the private company interested in opening lots. Do you know if there's been any opportunities around the country where there's been a public-private partnership where they've been allowed to use maybe a state area or some state property to operate some truck parking, but the state didn't actually operate it, but they contracted with a private third party?
I think that company has done something like that. I don't know if it's been with states or with local jurisdictions. That's certainly part of what they're interested in because they know sometimes in more urban areas in particular, the land costs are very high. And so it becomes cost prohibitive for them to build these truck parking lots because if they have to charge $100 a night, it's not going to work. And so something where they can work with a state DOT or any state agency or a local jurisdiction and say, we'll operate it for you if you can help provide the land. They're certainly open to having those conversations, and I think they have done that in other locations.
And I know the commissioner's going to talk to us in Waycross as we wrap up this year and get into some very specific suggestions and calls about looking at way stations, looking at rest stops, and talking about that. And then also, we're going to ask Chris Thomason to talk to us a little bit about the Greta lots. That's been brought up before. I'm not sure if that's feasible at all, but we have parking rides located around that are not used at all really at night. So opportunities for those. But Commissioner, did you have a question or comment?
Got your attention. No, I was just going to comment. We've actually had conversation with a private company that's that same notion on truck parking, looking for any property that's not necessarily rest area or visitor center or trucks way station. So we're interested in having those conversations. They're out actually marketing to shopping centers and saying, hey, we'd like to lease some spaces. And it's sort of like VRBO for truck parking. There's a couple of companies, that one, there's a couple out in that sector that are trying to find those spaces. There is a need, there's a business case to be made I do think ultimately there's some public-private partnerships that can be struck that make sense. We actually tried to work with our federal highway partners to see if we could market sort of public-private partnership in our way stations, or sort of the same thing, you know, reserve your spot. Obviously, that still doesn't meet the federal law requirements. But also the president's infrastructure plan did indicate a notion of privatization of rest areas and what visitor centers, which is prohibited by law now. We'll see where that goes. It's when we put that out.
Thank you.
I've noticed in my area, Lowndes County, north, there are a few abandoned rest areas in the city. Those locations do exist. And a comment yesterday on the way up, Carol and I saw a lot of trucks parked on the emergency lane, rest areas, truck stops. Since being on this commission, I started looking at finding notices. And truck stops aren't slap full, but they're filling up lunch, 3, 4 o'clock, etc. When we got around Macon, before Macon, or after Macon, there was a horrible accident on the southbound lane where it looked like to me a truck went to pass another line of traffic, and there was a truck in the emergency lane, and we went in the back of that trailer. And it pushed everything up in that cab, except the front wheels. It had to be a fatality and everything. That's a real concern of mine, because, and trucks normally move over a lane when somebody is in that emergency lane for safety reasons. When they do that, that causes the 2 lanes to get unsafe. And people, it seems like to me, will not get out of that passing lane. They stay in that passing lane, which backs up traffic, causes even more accidents. So I see the truck parking problem.
Any other questions?
Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Senator.
Daniel?
Yep.
You mentioned, I think 16 projects were programmed, 91 recommended. Is that in your tip at the ARC, and has it been approved by the DOT in their STIP? And where do we stand on all that?
So those 16 projects that were slated for construction between 2016 and 2021, those were projects that were in our TIP, already our approved TIP at that time that we were doing that in 2016. The other 91 projects, it varies. Some were in our long range, none of them were in our TIP, let me put it that way.
They were not.
None of them were, of those other 91 were in our TIP. Some were in our regional transportation plan that went out through the year 2040, some in that 2021 to 2030 timeframe, some long range of 2031 to 2040, and some were not in our RTP at all, were in what we call unconstrained, meaning the project need had been identified and some type of project, at least at a high level, had been identified, but no funding was available even in that long range timeframe through 2040. But it still is something that going through that regional freight plan, that's part of that process is, having unconstrained and not just focusing on what's financially available, but what our needs truly are. And so that's, some of those fell into that category as well.
Okay, and if I may, I'd like to follow up.
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming you summarize your plan, your freight plan for your, all the work you've done, which looks really comprehensive, but I didn't hear much about rail in your plan, and I didn't hear anything about an inland port. Are you doing anything as far as rail expansion? Are you reaching out to the 2 Class 1s that we have in the room? What kind of work is being done to expand rail freight? Because I don't think we're going to find more capacity on our interstates in the near future. It's going to take years to develop. So in the short term, what can we do to put more of this freight and this cargo on rail and try to avoid having those trucks on the road?
I think a couple different things. One is that a lot of what we do in terms of projects that we program are roadway projects. We obviously don't program rail lines because those are private sector. So a lot of what we do is supporting those locations where we have existing rail development or may have it in the future. Certainly, we've talked to both NS and CSX. Obviously, CSX closed 2 yards in Atlanta, Telford Yard and Halsey Yard, in the past year or so. So that's kind of been a reduction in the amount of rail yards located in the city itself or the metro Atlanta region. In terms of expansion, we've had those conversations, and I know that they are looking at Norfolk Southern, particularly looking at locations potentially in metro Atlanta, but we don't want to get ahead of what they're doing. You know, they haven't made their final, business decisions of what they may do or may not do, and I know sometimes an announcement like that isn't always popular, depending on where it's going, and so it's something where we don't know what they might do or when they might do it, and so we really leave it up to them to kind of figure out things like that. That said, in terms of inland ports, Georgia Ports Authority has really led that effort. Obviously, the one coming into northwest Georgia, Murray County, we're going to hear about that here pretty soon. But the one next one up is Gainesville Hall County, which is not quite in our MPO boundaries, but is close enough to certainly serve metro Atlanta, just outside Gwinnett. So we definitely expect an impact there, and that you can ship things directly to Hall County and reach the north side of our region very directly without coming through the heart of the city.
So you're not currently pursuing any kind of inland port in your ARC area, other than Hall County?
The Hall County one would be the main thing, and then it kind of comes down to what the railroads want to do. You know, we've had those discussions with them to a certain extent. I know that they're looking, but haven't made any final business decisions of what they want to do. And so it comes down to kind of them, and then what Georgia Ports Authority sees as a need, as well as local jurisdictions. We've heard some interest from a couple different local jurisdictions, but at the same time, it really comes down to what makes sense for those private companies and Georgia Ports Authority in terms of where things are being shipped.
Just looking at the Henry County situation, I would think that'd be a great spot to look to put one in.
They would definitely have a lot of demand at a location like that, and obviously Norfolk Southern has rail lines there, as we talked about there at 155. So certainly there's potential for there and a number of locations in our region.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Great information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity to speak.
All right, we've got one more presenter, and then we're going to take a lunch break, and the next one goes to what Senator Gooch was talking about. We're going to have we're fairly close to the inland port that's here in northwest Georgia over in Chatsworth, but a little too far away to go over for a personal tour today, so we've asked Wesley Barrow from the Georgia Ports Authority to give a virtual tour of the port. We know we've heard that has been very successful so far. It's not been out of the gate too awful long, but having good success, and we look forward to trying to duplicate that around key parts of the state. So we're going to give him just a minute to get set up.
Good morning, my name is Wesley Barlow. I'm with Georgia Ports Authority. Certainly appreciate the opportunity of being here today. There might not be a microphone problem you have, it might be understand me a problem. I'm from the northeast of England, but we'll push through that, so we'll certainly get there. Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Thank you. So again, my name is Wesley Barrow. I've been tasked with the project of managing the Appalachian Regional Port, which is over in Chatsworth. It's put here obviously to serve this area, and with obviously the utilization of moving freight obviously from our waterways up into this region currently. These photographs which I've got on these slides, these are of the terminal. We will move through a couple of pointers throughout the presentation, and I do have a virtual tour which I'll be able to walk through in depth. Some of the pointers of the terminal, you'll be able to get a good view to it as well. The inland terminal, it's a capacity mover. It is an extension of our gates in Savannah. And what I mean by that is obviously the freight coming in with the number one port on the east coast, which in turn from the Asia markets coming through the Panama Canal, we can unload these vessels and move the freight to our rail system and then push it up into the area which we are here in northwest Georgia today. A congestion relief which provides the GPA on the marine terminals down in Savannah. We are currently moving and continue to grow, but we're moving over 13,000 truck moves in one day down in Savannah. So being able to relieve some of that from the roadways, put it onto the rail, utilizing the network partnership and move it up into northwest Georgia, that certainly has its advantages. Being up here in northwest Georgia, it does have the advantage of an increase on the import and export market. Now the ELDs were in place. Obviously, that overlaps with being able to move that connecting cargo down to the waterways in Savannah and now utilize one of the inland terminals such as the Appalachian Regional Port. The terminals which we have, that does create a reduction in truck emissions. Obviously taking those trucks from the highways throughout the state, moving them by freight train as well. That gives an emissions advantage, obviously being the good stewards towards our own environment. On the terminal, we do use the electric rubber type gantry cranes. We now have 158 of those down in Savannah. We now have 3 of these up in the Appalachian Regional Port. These are the first of the bus bar direct power grid rubber type gantry cranes, which also does have diesel redundancy if need be. The Appalachian Regional Port has employed 10 multi-skilled local employees. I'll now class myself as one of those local employees. I was the only one drafted in to this position. But everyone who's employed from there, part of it was to employ hire these employees from the region, giving that investment back into the community, and also utilizing a great skill set which a lot of these guys have. It creates local opportunities for business which is already around here. Obviously, as we try as a terminal for items we need for local vendors, we utilize locally, looking at them throughout the region, throughout the counties, who we can support and putting our funding back into those counties as well. And then pushing a little further, new industries coming. We've now got the General Electric facility, the new distribution center, which is located 1.5 miles south of the Appalachian Regional Port. This is going to be given a capacity mover, which in turn we utilize in the terminal, and then this should give a volume, good estimates of around 6,000 TEUs moving a year through this one facility, and then in turn sending it out to 4 of the distribution centers throughout the country. So I've got the video of the virtual tour we'll talk through, and what this was, a couple of you may have seen this previously, but I'd certainly like to do it from a safety standpoint. The way this was designed, this roadway to the right of the screen there, we designed the terminal on a 42-acre footprint to where if congestion, if build of traffic comes in involvement, we can then keep them off the highway and safely serve them on our roadways into the terminal. Each truck coming onto the terminal is going to be pre-advised. Pre-advised meaning each container coming through is going to be mission assigned. So it's going to be one particular container that's going to be designated for that one particular motor carrier, and then in turn PIN numbers will be provided, same as there would be on a ticket system utilized in our terminal in Savannah. The Appalachian Regional Port was a large test bed for new technologies which the Georgia Ports Authority is installing across all facilities. One of them being is this Certus automated gate. This is an automated process. We do utilize this in Savannah currently, but it was test bed here at the Appalachian Regional Port. What this does, it captures the images of the truck, the chassis, the container, and also the sealed presence of any container coming in or leaving the facility. This puts the interaction of the driver with direct utilizing the technology at the pedestal where you see them now. The PIN numbers what are created through the motor carrier and their office. What they will do, the driver then utilizes the touch screen and being able to enter his information what pertains to the container, and then in turn as he moves through the gate, that is automatically populated to the crane and also the terminal operating system that we work from. The terminal operating system which we use on the terminal is Navis. Navis has launched the new program N4, which was test bed at this facility. We've now had the opportunity to launch this down at Ocean Terminal in Savannah with success, and in turn it's going to be pushed out in towards our Garden City terminal. As you can see, the day that this drone video was shot, all tracks were cleared, where it gives a good perspective of 6,000 foot of terrain that we can receive on this terminal. We can have an inbound or outbound on alternating days. Currently we're on a 3-day inbound, 3-day outbound service. What brings it to the market, and then we make it available as soon as that container hits the ground. It's then available to the market. Again, I mentioned these electric rubber-tired gantry cranes. First of the series, these three were the first of the series we have at Georgia Ports. All cable rails, same as the ship-to-shore cranes we do have on the Maritime down in Savannah. Gives the flexibility to move if we want to complement 2 cranes to the stack or 3 to the rail. It got the flexibility in there where we need it to be. Truck drivers coming in and on the terminal, they will be moving in and moving to the location where the containers inventory is held. He'll be looking for his location on the ground, and that's what this truck is going to be following through. We have all of the terminal stack divided into our exports, our empties, and our import region, keeping them all segregated the same as we do with Coast Guard regulation. It's a higher stack for regulated inventory holding, which we do the same as in Savannah. Now as the trucks come in, this one which you're seeing being loaded here as well, takes probably about a minute for the truck to get in and on terminal. For a single move, for the truck to come in, to drop one off and move back out, he's only on the terminal for 10 minutes. Our average on a double move is 15 minutes, coming in, dropping an empty off, picking another import and moving back out in the terminal. So for that motor carrier, it now becomes an advantage for the motor carrier to be localized, utilize these terminals because of the technology I spoke about, the automated gate, the terminal operating system, the efficiencies of this lifting equipment, and then in turn we're pushing it back out in the system to where the motor carrier is not having that stagnant time on a terminal waiting, which is going to impede the driver of how many he can move throughout the day. So as you can see from the slide here, to the right hand side of the screen and also to the exit in the foreview, we have an additional 5 acres if we wanted to do further development on the terminal, putting in an additional stack capacity, putting part of a chassis mounted operation, because currently we are a full grounded operation which we can stack 6 wide and 5 high, giving a working capacity of over 1,400 TEUs on terminal. It's not built as a storage yard, it's built as a high-speed turning facility, hence why I mentioned about the 10 minutes on a single, 15 minutes on a double move. With all of that being said, this is built to move the capacity, bringing it in, taking it from the rail and pushing it out into the network. So this is a slide from the grand opening back in August 2018. We'll lighten it up. I was saying initially this is when we started moving automobiles, but that's not certainly where it was. This was just the amount of cars that were there for that grand opening. It also goes back to the carpooling thing. I think we had 440, 450 visitors that day, and we've got about 380 cars. So certainly something we can reduce. But anyway, this is a 42-acre site that we're working on, and this is the scope of the width of the site as well. Beautiful backdrop from my office, so I'm privileged to be there. We are CSX served. The direct route currently is a 56-hour route from Savannah all the way through to the ARP. We have a 3-train inbound and a 3-train outbound per week. That service is very close to running up to a 5-day service. The volume is going to be the driver of that. Current volumes were around 1,700 TEUs per month, rail lifts per month. and we're watching that gradually grow. Now the export market is also ramping up as well. This was photographed from a couple of weeks ago. See the additional capacity we have in the stack. Obviously that fluctuates as well. We have our inbounds, they get returned. Now we're a designated container yard for multiple steamship lines. Having that designation from the steamship lines put the control back into the steamship lines' hands. Then in turn they can develop imports, exports, utilizing the terminal, utilizing the equipment, and then obviously the service that is provided. Each of our lifting equipment, we can lift up to 88,000 pounds. Legally, you cannot even have 88,000 pounds in these containers, so we are more than well equipped to serve these containers coming from, obviously from the rail. All customs clearance is performed down in Savannah, both on the inbound and outbound. I mentioned about the seal presence, which we capture at the gate. That also is a verification that obviously what we receive is still as it was before it either hit the terminal, as it left the door, or it left the waterway down from Savannah. So the OCR that we drive through, optical character recognition, as the driver comes through this pedestal, it captures 1 pixel wide photographs. These 1 pixel wide photographs are collected together, and then in turn, what that does, it gives us the images. As you can see, these are very clear photographs of the container number, the unit number, the size type, and then the truck, the chassis, and then also when the driver interacts at the pedestal, what that does, that matches that mission up of what is being assigned through the steamship line and what we're due and ready to receive. If none of those items match up at the pedestal, you either cannot come in or they cannot leave. And then in turn, a physical person will be at that point matching the mission, because on the terminal operating system, that is how we make our checks and balances on what freight can move. So the connection that we're seeing, obviously right up here in the northwest Georgia, all the way the direct route we have from Savannah, 1675, moving all the way up here to, as some will jump across onto 76, moving up to 411. But really on what that benefit it gives to the infrastructure. On 161 gate transactions were made on 9/24. That's equivalent to 54,901 infrastructure miles saved in 1 day. So you're looking at the impact of what it can do. That pushes it from 1 day. The 81 moves coming up, 80 moves going back empty. We look at that empty relocated container. What was moving previously up into this region, up into this area, now you're eliminating at least those coming off, and that number is starting to catch up daily. This was one of our records which we had. Yesterday we had a 313 rail lift move day. Obviously that impact that we can push, it obviously it continues to grow, volume continues to grow. We see the benefit obviously of such a terminal as we move forward. Now moving it back to Savannah, what it does and what we have down there. The terminals that we have, I mentioned Ocean Terminal, which is embedded now with the Certus Gate and also the Navis N4 terminal operating system. Our 1,200 acre Garden City terminal, that's where our maritime, a lot of investment that we're putting into there. This is where the containers move from. The Garden City terminal is the largest single US container terminal. And on there, we have now moved into a project which is the Mega Rail. A lot will be familiar with this. It is a very large construction project which is going to incorporate 2 Class 1 railroads, both the Norfolk Southern and the CSX, on terminal, and being able to give us the capacity to move 1 million TEUs out of that facility alone a year. Now what you're seeing here, the center where the train currently is, that is our Mason yard. This is where we push a good large amount of our volume, not just serving Georgia and Atlanta alone. This moves further network up into Chicago, St. Louis as well. The right-hand side that you're seeing from the concept, this is going to be bundle number 1. This bundle is going to be finished towards Q4 2019. And then as we move into the second phase, we're starting to move into some of the switchover currently, which will be in completion Q4 2020. Now what this will do, I mentioned, between these 2 bundles, this will give the capacity of drawing 1 million TEUs from our maritime, freeing up the space which we have for these containers, putting them on the rail, building a 10,000-foot train on terminal, pushing it out from Garden City, moving it into the network, and then in turn, this won't obviously come all to Northwest Georgia. This is going to be part of the Mid-American Arc strategy. This will move it, I mentioned Chicago, St. Louis, Ohio Valley. This then puts the maritime from Savannah, again being that #1 port of call on the East Coast for the Asian market comes through the Panama Canal. This in turn will be the complement of where we'll be able to progress moving forward. So some of this that we see, this will also be where the CSX in turn will be serving the freight that does come through the Appalachian Regional Port. And then obviously this is a big capacity driver as we move forward into both imports and exports for this region as well. So as we stand at Georgia Ports Authority, the mission of what we are is to empower entrepreneurs, strengthen industries, sustain communities, and fortify families by relentlessly striving to accelerate global commerce. These inland terminals that we look at, these are a complement of that as well. Certainly not as long a presentation as I would like to put together, but I would like to open it up more for questions as well if we would, because I can just stand and ramble on about it all day, but certainly like to open the floor up. So.
Wesley, what was the cost for Appalachian?
I have not got the full number of finish out on that. I think it was around 43 million of what that terminal was. So.
And what do you believe with your efficiency standards that you prescribe? What could be the capacity of the terminal and exports and imports?
So the projection that we're looking at going through this year alone, we should be finishing out around about 19 to 20,000 lifts this year. As we move on into fiscal year 21, we're with different projects that we're already looking at, we should be close to around 35, 40,000 TEUs. And then from there beyond, the amount of interest and of investment coming through the terminal is also a big grower. A projected plan that we had on a 5-year program, it could put us more of around 60 to 70,000 TEUs. Again, as additional markets come to this area with the utilization of the terminal, that becomes more evident.
And that would be around 42 acres probably?
With that, again, it's not so much as a storage yard. We then have it so the capacity can still turn. On them 42 acres, we do have the capacity to put additional stack in, what again could double up on our facility there.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is the Cordele Inland Ports a sister to this?
The Cordele is a privately owned terminal. Now, we obviously utilize and have partnerships with them. And as we move forward with other locations as well, that is an entity which we obviously have supported.
And Gainesville?
Gainesville project, which we have, obviously we've bought the land up in Gainesville itself. The project is certainly with other items we have, the Mega Rail, the Appalachian Regional Port, berth work which are going on. That project is being pushed back on a time frame per se. But obviously as we move forward that and further strategic planning moves into it, when that case moves forward, that's when we'll be getting more engaged in that project.
Wesley, the containers that arrive by rail that are delivered further by truck, right? How big an area does that encompass? How far out is that inland port served?
So currently, freight which moves through, we do serve the local, and then moving out regionally, we've moved across to Alabama. This week we've got inquiry for someone changing from Nashville, using Nashville ramp to utilize the Appalachian Regional Port as well. So it does have that midpoint between Nashville and the ARP as well. So Tennessee is a very strong market currently. So really that's the initial impact of what we get. Now, when rates are getting tweaked with the lines as well, the more they can minimize that truck benefit, that's where the advantage comes towards the rail. And those rates are fluctuating to the negative from the lines. So we intend on seeing the growth in that as well. Yes, sir.
Do you know what the mix is of empty containers versus containers that are full of exports that are going back to Garden City?
From an export to import, we're probably right now at about a 38 to 40 percent, probably more like 30% on an export container. Now, on our empty relocations, that is high currently because of inventory coming in. We keep the threshold of each line at the terminal to explore these export markets. So that 70-30 split is really the empty export, what goes on the train moving back.
Going back?
Yes, sir.
But those are all, but every container that you take back is a trip that's not traveling 340 miles.
That is correct.
By highway, by truck.
That is correct. And those turns, what happen, an import comes in, a street turn can happen, or the container will come back to the ARP and then move back out as an export. A larger freight forwarder or someone who's working with many parties, they will make that street turn to minimize that dray on the street. So then it also has a second advantage to reduce further road mileage instead of taking an empty container to Savannah, then someone needing one for an export, and then in turn bringing it back to the market. So it has a double advantage to it.
I know you're at the Appalachian Inland Port, but somebody asked a question about Cordele. That Cordele Port's not currently served by rail, is it?
There is rail going there, yes, sir. And it goes to Brunswick.
That goes all the way into the port?
It goes into to the Brunswick area where the automobiles
Okay.
are moving.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Didn't I hear you say that y'all were looking for a inland port in West Georgia? The area is closer to the Kia plant?
There's been, from a strategic side, looking at opportunities. Obviously, as market opportunities arise. It was mentioned about the 700 truck moves going there. These are the things that, obviously, as a port, we are looking at. As that plan is identified moving forward. Again, other projects, getting additional projects stood up, huge investments that's been approved through our board currently. And in turn, if the West Central model is something that we're looking at, that would then encompass under the Network Georgia program that we've identified. We see a need to move freight by rail, and obviously from an infrastructure side, if it is to work with partners or in turn from a funding, once that is there as well, we'll certainly work and look towards such areas, yes.
What's the ideal, real estate size you look for with an inland port? I guess it depends on whether or not you're using it as a shipyard or holding.
And that's correct. If it's going to be like a fast turning yard, such as the Appalachian Regional, what that does, the 42 acres is a footprint of what we had and what we based our Chatham yard in Savannah, because we knew the model, we knew the footprint, we knew the volume we could turn from there. So a 40, 50 acre site initially would be an advantage. Now, if you're looking at different market share, something else from a strategic side we look at is, do we need a storage yard? Do you need a high empty depot? Do you need an additional car siding per se? So it all depends on the business model and also for the area's market.
I got you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you.
that. Appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
All right, we're right at 12:15, so we're right on time, actually, for a lunch break for 30 minutes. Lunch will be provided for the commission members here. Jenny, tell us where, if you would, where is the lunch? All right, so the conference room, there should be lunch, and we have recess for 30 minutes. Thank you. All right, we're going to get started back. Hope everybody had a good lunch. We try to run on time and the best we can. I will tell you that all the mics have been replaced with batteries, so they should work. So if you get ready to speak, just mash the power button, make sure it's green. And if you don't mind, use the mics where you can, because all of our commission meetings are public. That means they're all being recorded. And we have folks that do watch on the internet, and they are not able to hear us at all if we're not speaking into the mic. So if you are going to speak, please do that for the sake of those at home. All right, the next presenter we've got, talking about industrial, commercial, real estate, freight and logistics, landscaping. I believe Natalie Tyler with Martin Duke Realty is going to present, so we'll turn it over to her.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present from the real estate owner developer perspective. And I know I'm in the position of right after lunch, so I'm going to try to keep everything lively as possible. So I'm open to questions as we go through the presentation, but I know this is a tough time. So like I said, first, thank you for the opportunity to present to you from the real estate perspective. My name is Natalie Tyler Martin. I'm here today actually presenting with 3 different hats. So I'm representing BOMA, Georgia. We are the Building Owners and Managers Association of Georgia. I serve as the Vice President with Duke Realty. I'm the Vice President Regional Asset Manager for all of our Georgia facilities and our North Carolina facilities. And then my third hat for today is I serve as the board chair for the Fulton County portion of the Aerotropolis Atlanta Community Improvement District. So I have a little piece for all 3 of those. And a lot of this will tie today with much of Daniel's presentation that we heard earlier. So the Building Owners and Managers Association is an international organization that covers approximately 4,000 members across the world. Uh-oh, am I moving too fast? Across the world. And we're advocates for knowledge, information transfer, and just influence and workforce development. On the Georgia perspective, so BOMA, Georgia, approximately 4 years ago, we decided to go to a framework from being BOMA Atlanta to being BOMA Georgia. And so we cover, the presentation has a mind of its own. So we cover just from the Atlanta perspective of all of our partners in markets across the state of Georgia. So Savannah, Macon, Augusta, Columbus. In dealing with all sectors of real estate, so industrial, commercial office, and medical office buildings. Our membership represents about $5.5 billion to the Georgia economy and $1.7 billion in tax revenue. We represent 46,000 jobs. Something I'll add here is we talked about workforce in all of the presentations, and workforce is another critical area for us as we're aging, as a lot of our team members are aging out, whether it's our engineers, whether it's our vendor partners, electrical, mechanical vendors, they're aging out. And so workforce is huge for us as we work to build to our next generation. Here's just a quick sampling of many of our members, many that you know. So from the industrial side, Prologis, Columbia Property Trust, CBRE, Colliers, JLL, Lincoln Property, and many of our vendor partners, or many are our members. So going into Duke Realty was founded in 1972. We are one of the largest domestically owned logistics real estate investment trusts. We're headquartered out of Indianapolis, Indiana. We're based in 20 markets. However, locally, in 20 markets, really focus on solely logistics and industrial real estate, big boxes only. If you look at our national real estate, we focus on tier 1, what we call tier 1 markets. And tier 1 markets to us are defined by population density and efficient road network. So you'll notice Atlanta, New Jersey, that gets us close to the New York density area, California, Los Angeles in particular, Dallas and Houston, Chicago with their Midwest connection, and then of course we have our Atlanta and our South Florida offices. Something that we like to note and tout is that looking at the e-commerce piece. So e-commerce growth is up 10 to 15%. So we're in an age of click it, we want to look at it, we want to buy it, and we want it at our house tomorrow. And so knowing that e-commerce is so huge, that's most of our customers. And so for our customers, it is critical for us to make sure that we are providing them real estate options close to their customers, and so they can get their product to their customers as quick as possible to meet those deadlines that they have set. Something, if you look at the top right-hand corner of the slide, there's the statement that there's a correlation to $1 billion of e-commerce sales requires 1.3 million of fulfillment space. So as e-commerce sales increase, that's an increased demand for fulfillment centers across the country. And so that's really what's driving our business, is making sure that we're positioning ourselves for our customers so they can grow their business. In the Atlanta area, we go from Brazelton down to McDonough. So the conversation earlier with 155, we have buildings down there, and that's a major issue for us with traffic and congestion. But so you'll notice that where our buildings are located is along major thoroughways, so 85 North, 75 South, along the southern crescent of the perimeter and out I-20, because those are one major population centers. There's workforce, and it's easy access to roadways to get our tenants, our customers can get their product from the port to their customers. Going to Savannah, most of our buildings are literally either right there at Grange Road, right there at the port, or coming off of Jimmy DeLoach. For our customers in Savannah, it's critical that they have easy access either to 95 or 16. Time for them is critical to get their containers off of the port into a facility, split off, and then off to their next destination point. Here's a listing of some of our major customers nationally. Of course, Amazon nationally is one of our largest customers. UPS, Wayfair, Floor & Decor, Target, Home Depot, these are some of our major customers, and we have national relationships with them. Something that I mentioned earlier is my connection with the Aerotropolis Atlanta CIDs, and Daniel mentioned this during his presentation about the freight cluster plan. And so the Aerotropolis Atlanta CIDs has embarked on a freight cluster plan for our area. And here's some of the preliminary, we're still finishing up this plan. However, here are a couple key highlights that they have found. Recommendations that they have put forth. Alternative delivery methods, using technology to do connected technology, signal technology, looking at site design for innovation and vertical design, figuring out the efficiency in supply chains, and figuring out options, something that's popped up in conversations today, and looking at maybe some off-peak delivery incentives. This map is very interesting, and it may be a little hard to read, but if you look at the darker red portions, essentially you have State Route 6 up at the top, and that's South Fulton Parkway at the bottom. If you're looking at the airport heading west, today those routes are getting approximately 4,000 truck runs. It's estimated in 2040 that it's going to be anywhere between 4,000 and 8,000 truck runs a day. And so how do we, from the developer's perspective, how do we make sure our tenants are able to get their product from the buildings to their customers as efficiently as possible? And how do we analyze those networks, roadways, any kind of improvements, any kind of efficiency? Some challenges and opportunities that the team has identified. So challenges, population growth. That's critical with most of our customers. They want to be close to population centers. The goal for them is getting their product to their customer as quickly as possible. Looking at the opportunities, we talked about truck parking. It's a critical issue for all of us. When we design our sites, we try to maximize for building and for trailer parking, but that still is not enough. So how do we figure out options for trucks to stage and wait for their dock position times? Looking at consistency in land use, which ties next to encroachment with residential, and making sure that from a community perspective that we're designing our areas to work both for cars and trucks. And then looking at options to retrofit some existing warehouses to actually fit some of the fulfillment needs. Some of our major opportunities, tax incentives, looking at some kind of sustainable use of technology to move the freight development, investing in infrastructure, however that is, whatever the plans are, but putting that investment, having that dedicated investment for infrastructure. And then looking at future freight cargo and expansion from Hartsville-Jackson, And then providing employment access. Access for our customers to employees is critical. That's how they run their business. There was a comment made earlier about, sometimes, trucks are waiting because there's not someone there in the warehouse to actually receive the freight. And so it's making sure that we have that constant flow and that constant holistic look of workforce, truck timing, and availability. And then finally, looking at funding opportunities for investment in infrastructure. And so I ran through that very quickly, but thank you, and I'll open it up for questions and thoughts and questions between all three organizations.
I have a question. Are you finding along the areas that you said you want to get them close to, that there's available land already? Because I know in Atlanta, we've done some of our adjustments with
So there's not. And so redevelopment is becoming very tricky now. You either have, it's either a zoning issue, as you just mentioned, so finding something that's already zoned and has the capacity to be redeveloped, or you're going to have to go further out, which sometimes that doesn't work because that negates our customers being able to get their product to their customers. So that is a challenge for us, is finding kind of where's the next place to go and still meet those thresholds for viability.
What are your thoughts and ideas around the point you had under opportunities for tax incentives for smart development?
That's something that the team is fleshing out right now. And I'll make sure we'll follow back up with the team once they finish that up. But that's something we're still trying to figure out. Like, what does that look like?
Right.
And how do you put that together?
Yes, sir.
Hi, and I probably missed this because you probably covered it right at the beginning, but, so does Duke Realty, y'all own the real estate? You do?
We are a full-service developer and owner.
Okay. And how many square feet, how much square footage do you have in Georgia right now?
I think I ran through that. I think I ran over it. So in the state of Georgia, we're at 17 million square feet.
And how much available inventory do you have right now?
Right now, of all of that, we have one building that's available in Braselton.
Just one? That's good.
Mm-hmm.
What is the biggest difference? I hear, I live down that Henry County corridor, and they're still building million-square-foot facilities, and a lot of it is to accommodate the e-commerce. What is but I know there's inventory available that are huge complexes themselves. What is the biggest difference between the new facilities that they're building now and the old facilities?
So a lot of the newer facilities, it goes into clear height. How much can you store in a facility? How efficient can you make that facility work for operations? There's a lot of technology in the logistics space, but is the building designed in a way where you can lay it out in an efficient manner? So whether it's depending on your racking system, depending on how high you're storing, that's happening in a lot of the newer buildings.
So your older facilities, who's the players that can go in and lease those from you? What type of operations?
Typically those operations are not racking.
Okay.
Mostly not racking, and maybe kind of just like a low flow. It's not high volume movement, but just regular floor storage, not racking, low density.
And when you have a tenant, do you charge them by the square footage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so a question with regards to the charging by the square footage. Is it moving to a point where you're charging for volume? And so looking at if it's now buildings are being built bigger, I think taller, and are we looking at the space that's being utilized within the building, or is it just the square footage on the ground?
So that's an interesting question, because we're starting to get in, Amazon has a couple of the ground plus models. We don't have any, and that's a great question. Traditionally, it's rentable square footage. So it's whatever square footage you can use. So if it's the floor and it's going up, that's our traditional model for measuring square footage and the rate.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Natalie, when you spoke of moving for loading docks and providing, storage space for the trucks and so forth, for them to wait on their queues, tell me a little bit about how that's working. I assume you have multiple tenants in the same storage area, correct?
A lot of our tenants are single-tenant buildings.
Okay.
And so they pretty much control their grounds.
So they do their own, as far as freight moving in and out, they do that?
Yes, they manage and control all of that.
So do y'all have anything or any input on how this is working?
It depends. If we do a spec building, which is just a generic building, we try to, when we're looking for tenants for a building, we try to make sure that their design and operation fits with that building, with what we have available. If it's a build-to-suit, we will typically have extensive conversations about how our customers need to move their traffic around their buildings. So it just all depends on if they're moving into an existing building or we're building something, specifically for their needs. But we do have a lot of conversations about moving trucks around, and storage is always hard, just because you're really trying to maximize the site for building square footage.
So your storage is actually just staging room for trucks?
It's a lot of staging, and a lot of our customers have a lot of trailer parking.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'd like to follow up on that comment about the trailer parking. I operate a logistics company in Savannah, and over the years, recent years, we've seen an increasing need for trailer parking at buildings, especially in the port area. Some of that driven by the larger ships that are now calling the Port of Savannah. What are y'all seeing as a requirement for trailer parking as you build spec buildings or even build to suit?
Exactly to your point, a lot of extra trailer parking, probably more trailer parking than we would like. But it's just something that we have to do. It's the key for a lot of our land development folks is figuring out how do you maximize the site and get a building that is actually functional, but then we also know that we're going to have that trailer parking need on the outside. So the ratios just depend on each site. I can't say if there's one, we're trying to get, 2 per 1,000 parking spaces. It just depends on that site and what we can fit on that site.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Natalie, that brings up an interesting question. You're trying to maximize your usable space because you're actually renting by the square foot. How are you handling the trailer parking in the outside staging areas?
So on the grounds, our customers actually, in those, the trailer parking actually at the building, our tenants manage all of that. We do not get in the mix of their.
How are you charging? How are you recouping your costs when you lose rentable square foot space for your trailer and storage staging areas?
A lot of times it's already just built into our rate. So when we build from our infrastructure design rate, it's already in there in the cost of the building.
Dave. Natalie, you mentioned in one of your early slides the growth in e-commerce compared to the other rates or the other sales channels that are more traditional. Can you talk a little bit about the impacts that you find that impacts your customers in terms of what type of space, what types of deliveries? Is it just people just come into the dock and that's it, or are there other types of ingress and egress? And then where their workforce, how does that impact where they locate on your map?
So if I go back to, I'll talk in particular about our development at Camp Creek, at the Camp Creek Business Center, which is right there at Camp Creek and I-285. So demands for a lot of our customers, from a building perspective, not to get too far in the weeds, but literally clear height and sprinkler coverage is critical from the inside of the building, and then column spacing, because that designs how they can rack, how they can store, how they can prepare. So essentially they're trying to get as much stuff into a building and move it around as efficiently as possible to get it in and out. So cross-dock buildings are preferred versus a front-load building, because they can do inbound one side, outbound on the other side. From a workforce perspective, mass transit is critical. So, for instance, at our Camp Creek Business Center right there at Camp Creek and I-285, North Commerce Drive, we've been able to partner with MARTA to get a series of bus stops along North Commerce. So I have, at this park, I have Amazon, I have Dick's Sporting Goods, I have Kuehne+Nagel, I have ADT. And so literally the amount of, just people and workforce to get to those jobs is critical. And so we've been able to partner with MARTA, and that has been a huge win for us. Something else that we did at Camp Creek and I-285 was we punched through the back of our park to give us a secondary out. So the park essentially dead end, but we had another way to get to Washington Road, which got us to I-285. So we essentially just built another exit out of the park for a lot of our customers, and that was huge for them to not have to get bottlenecked at Camp Creek and I-285, which thank you for the DDI. I'm so excited. That's my baby project. But that's giving us a secondary option for our customers to get in and out of the park. Does that answer, or did I miss one?
Yeah, well, so let me just ask one last, let me narrow it down. So we've talked about containers and, containers on chassis and big trucks. Do you have, in your customers have other types of vehicles that are, whether they be crowdsourced vehicles or smaller delivery vehicles that have to access?
So, yes, so Amazon in particular, they just converted, we actually built them, a car parking lot and a trailer parking lot. And now the car parking lot is used solely for the new kind of, the minivan, and it's just full. And so now they're running the minivans essentially out of this car parking lot. Something nationally that we've talked about at our national BOMA conventions is the impact on industrial with the gig economy. So you've got, folks that are using their personal vehicles to make deliveries. And so that's the other piece that we're trying to figure out is like, how do we weave that in with your traditional logistics, your trucks, but then you also have personal vehicles and bringing that into the building. So there's an evolution, especially with the gig economy, on how do we manage logistics coming into our buildings and into our parks and moving it around efficiently.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we are in the carpet capital of the world, so we wouldn't want to come here and not be able to talk with Shaw, one of the folks that sends a whole lot of product on rail and trucks all across the country and uses the Port of Savannah to send a lot of product all over the world. So Shaw Business, Ben Ball, I think, is here. Well, I'll do this again at the end, but I just want to mention the next meeting and the final meeting for the year is going to hopefully be November 19th and 20th in Waycross. That's going to be focused on rail, and it's also going to be an opportunity to wrap up a lot of the conversations and hear from some folks specifically about details, about ideas, and to hear from our commissioner, again, from GDOT, one of our commission members, about cost. So November 19th and 20th, and also those details will go out at the first of next week. And also for the legislative members and others, the roster for this meeting will also be submitted for payment at the first of the week. So that should be handled. Yeah, that's for Senator Gooch.
I did want to say, and having my staff work on it, I think it was the previous meeting, someone asked about the status of cargo, air cargo. And so I'm gonna try to, as soon as you lock down, just see if we can get the general manager and their people to come out and give an update at Hartsfield Jackson, where we are with air cargo.
Yeah, if you want to talk with them about the 19th, 20th, and let us know,
I will.
that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just one second, apologize, trying to get this pulled up. Let's get started. Sorry about the delay there. Apologize.
Come to order, and we'll go ahead and get started. All right. Ben, go ahead and take us away.
I'll let you know you got a transportation guy, you don't have a system guy. But anyway, Ben Ball, Shaw Industries, thank you for the invitation today. I'm going to cover a couple things. Actually, my slides are a little off here, but I want to cover a couple things today that's really been said a lot, and it's been said from a different side. I'm the Director of Transportation for Shaw. So those primary responsibilities include transportation services, the outsourced freight movement in North America. It also includes the responsibilities for private fleet here in Dalton, Georgia, much of what we've been talking about today. Also a interplant fleet as well I have responsibility for. And lastly, you'll see here I have responsibilities for corporate freight. So obviously we make a lot of deliveries, we'll go over in detail, and we'll show a little bit of that. So obviously there's a freight component to that. But to get started, I'd like to show you a quick video.
innovative, invested, committed. Shaw is committed to being our customers' first and best choice. With more than 40 U.S. manufacturing facilities and operations in Scotland and China to further serve international markets, and 13,000 manufacturing associates in the U.S. alone, we carry out that mission through innovation. Innovation in what we make, innovation in how we make it. With a commitment to both hard and soft surface manufacturing in the U.S. We're proud to be the largest domestic manufacturer of engineered hardwood, the largest U.S. modular resilient manufacturer, the world's largest carpet manufacturer, and North America's largest carpet tile manufacturer. We deliver a broad array of products to meet our customers' diverse needs across residential and commercial markets throughout the world. That requires an intelligent, efficient, integrated supply chain and robust, sustainable sourcing practices. No matter where or by whom a product or ingredient is made, it's held to the same high standards. We're in a strong position, innovative, invested, committed to being the ideal business partner for our customers.
I have a quick question. What's resilient product?
Vinyl.
Vinyl.
Vinyl. So just a little more about Shaw before we start getting into the details of some of the things I want to go over. Obviously, by the number, as we mentioned, just some notes here. 100 plus manufacturing distribution facilities, 30 states, 3 countries. Didn't go into detail, but we make a lot of deliveries a day. 4,500 deliveries plus a day to our end customers for our sold orders across the U.S. From a sales perspective, you can pretty well see that we're hovering around $6 billion a year, then obviously 40,000 SKUs within our network itself. One of the things that we're very, very proud of, is the development, obviously, of our associates and being the, a great place to develop leadership and all associates for that matter. And you can sort of see we have annually 1 million training hours that we proudly put out there. So we do a lot of development. Associates are very engaged and focused on leadership development is what's earned us these recognitions and these awards through the years. We certainly believe there's corporate responsibility for the community in which we serve. And you can see 6 million, I think that was 2018 numbers, through United Way in both St. Jude from both a corporate and associate donation from a Shaw perspective. And I put this slide up here just so we could look at it, because I think what's important for us to say is it is carpet country. We are the world's largest carpet manufacturer. We're also a world leader as well in all flooring products as well. Soft surfaces, hard surfaces, whether it's carpet tile on the bottom, as it's mentioned earlier, North America's largest manufacturer of carpet tile. That plant's located down in Cartersville, and obviously Broadloom and all the different hard surface offerings that we have. Okay, so getting into the transportation piece, and once again, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. And one of the things that we've heard a lot of, that I hope from where I'm at, and then the takeaway is we talked a lot about the driver. Talked a lot about the driver and the shortage of. But I would ask the room, and I'd ask everyone, is how important is your time? How important is your time? Because I'm a believer, if you get the core issue of the driver shortage, it's a lack of optimization, right? So it's a lack. What drivers will tell you is, hey, what I did in 7 days, I could have been 4.5. Okay? So
We all have to sometimes look in the mirror and say, you know what, what's the opportunity to narrow that gap to make it, more desirable to be in the trucking industry. As I mentioned before, I do have responsibilities for the line haul fleet here in Dalton, but I put this up here because you see a lot of different carriers. We do make 4,500, 5,000 deliveries a day on our own truck. My largest freight spend is in the truckload and intermodal category. Okay, so all the big national players that you know, we have relationships with. And actually, there was a statement made earlier that I know this room will certainly enjoy hearing. I was meeting one yesterday, actually a top 10 in the world, and they were talking about the fluidity of the Port of Savannah. Just raving about how good it is compared to other places in the U.S. And the conversation was around growth. So it comes back to me, hey, that is going to be great growth, and we're all excited. But we got to be ready to move it in a fluid manner. But that was something I heard earlier this morning that I wanted to mention. Obviously, great people, great products, great service always is our mission. Obviously, from the service end, I'm very sensitive to all of it, but certainly the service end. We know that we make the best products in the world, and we provide the best products in the world, but there's a service component that's as equally important to that as well. I wanted to show this slide. It means a lot to us, as it does probably a couple in the room. It's a 2019 Shipper of Choice Award. Home Depot's in there. They made the top 25. UPS is in there. They made the top 25. Something that we're very proud of. This is actually some of my teammates here, taking a picture. Now, I can tell you that we went through a lot of initiatives at Shaw in my tenure here to really have a carrier-centric attitude, carrier-centric approach of how we do things. We hear about the opportunity, and I'll talk about parking, and we'll talk about the driver, but it's truly a collaborative effort. We all have to do our part, from a flexibility perspective and anything that we can to improve the driver situation. I heard a term the other day, and it said, sort of interesting, I hadn't heard this one as of yet. It was a shipper, and he says, my goal is to be a capacity magnet. Capacity magnet. Here in Northwest Georgia, even though you may be outside of the floor covered industry, I compete with other shippers. Right? We compete with other shippers. Really, to some degree, we're all competing against each other. So we want to be the shipper of choice, because at the end of the day, it matters. Something that really sticks with me, that I'm a true believer, and obviously 2018 is totally different than 2019, but I will tell you that we had a good 2018 as far as service. A lot of other folks may have experienced different things, but I think our carrier-centric approach, not just the last couple of years, but over the past 10 years, has served us very well. A lot of transparency, a lot of flexibility has put us in a good position. Because at the end of the day, I don't always think it's going to be the shipper. Well, I know it's not. It's not going to be the shipper that's paying the most that's going to get the truck. It's going to be the shipper that keeps the driver in the seat. More and more today, guess what you're starting to see? You're starting to see not only carrier scorecards, you're seeing driver scorecards. They're coming in now, they're rating. And there's even a percentage today, they're pretty forward with you, say, hey, this driver rates, I'm not going into that location. They're not going. Drivers are having more of a choice of where they're going to run to. More facts about the Shaw Transport, the private fleet in itself. This is just Transport Topics, top 100 private fleets. If you look at it from a manufacturing perspective, we would be the second largest now at 695. So we do have a lot of trucks across the U.S., with the majority of those being based in the state of Georgia. If you look at it from a total private fleet perspective of top 100, we're at number 53. And we have hovered through the years back and forth, on that number. One of the things that we're certainly committed to from a from a company perspective, obviously is safety as you would expect. Certainly the transportation perspective as well. And I know this is sort of busy, just a couple that I want to put out there, and I think it's a good slide is, you know, you look at a couple of the points, the telematics, we talk about ELD. The Shaw fleet's been utilizing electronic logs for, gosh, it's been nearly 15 years. While it's new to some folks, we've been to a different standard for a long time now because it's very important to us, this whole safety factor. Adaptive cruise on our trucks, what is that? Adaptive cruise is the driver's down the road, he puts in an adaptive cruise, much like your cars you're driving today, it automatically keeps that safe following distance. Collision mitigation, obviously another big advancement in the highway trucks today that not everyone has, but we make that commitment. Therefore, we utilize that. The number one thing, and these slides, this is off a slide that didn't get updated, but still I can talk to it. Should read NPC, National Private Truck Council, Professional Drivers. This comes from a recent survey that they put out. And I know Rebecca talked about it a little bit earlier today as well. If you look from an age perspective, you look from 2011, 2019, we see that, you know, we're at 50.7 years on average from a private fleet perspective. So simply, what does that mean? Drivers will exit the market much quicker than they will come in. If you ask me from a fleet perspective as well, what's some of the top things that is the greatest concern, it is the driver. I can tell you we were hiring drivers in an attempt to hire drivers. Now, when you start talking private fleets, and we can go back and forth, private fleet versus carrier for hire, private fleet turnover is a lot less than what you get from a carrier hire perspective. Okay, but we still, you know, have attrition. We still see drivers leaving for different reasons, and so we do get to hiring. And I can tell you that I feel very strongly that we pay drivers very well. They have new equipment. They have static routes. It's a good job. And it's very, very tough. It's on the back of our trucks. Average driver in 2018 made $80,000 a year. Okay? Running a team fleet, you do the simple math. 2 people in the truck, and that sort of tells you it's good money to be made driving a truck. And you can't hire them. Qualified. Now, there's a lot of folks who want to be a truck driver, but they can't meet the requirements to get behind the wheel. Now, I took this from the ARC. I was telling Daniel a little bit sooner. Great information. Someone made the suggestion earlier of what a great resource and great research and things they're providing, and we certainly agree. Why is the parking such a big deal, as we talked about it? As we said before, how do drivers get paid for the most part, line haul drivers? About a mile? Okay, predominantly, well, most all by the mile, right? So if you start looking, and this question is, how often do you need temporary parking in Atlanta region for staging for scheduled pickup and or drop-off times? And you can sort of see 84 of the respondents said it did. But drivers get paid by the mile, and I'm going to circle back to this as well, which means if they start looking for parking at 9.5 or 10 hours, the simple math of what they would average, was it 60, let's just say it's a good 60 miles an hour. So they're making 50 cents. Do the math and add that up. It's a problem to them. They don't want to start looking for somewhere to park at 10 hours. They want to know they got somewhere to park at 10.5 hours. They want to maximize their opportunity to make money. No different than anyone in this room. Right? So that's a major problem. Now, I will tell you right here, stage and loads, and I've heard some great questions today about, what are shippers, what are receivers doing, what are companies doing. We deliver a lot of loads. On my line haul fleet, I send them different parts of the U.S., and guess where I bring them back to? Bring them back to Atlanta, right? That's where it's delivered to. Tell you, 85% of my loads delivered on a strict appointment. Not drop and hook, live unload on a strict appointment. guess what? Guess what happens if they're an hour late? They might or might not deliver it. I take it back to a drop lot, incur more expense. Driver don't get the hours, so that's the kind of thing that is sort of is troublesome right now from a driver perspective. And actually, from a Shaw perspective, we do have we leased a drop lot near Atlanta, and that's where we stage loads so we can make those appointments. Okay, so another initiative that we've done to keep our line haul drivers. A lot of times, I'm just being candid. We keep them out of that congestion because you know what? You put a line haul driver over and over in congestion points, they're out. They'll look for something else. More around parking. How long does it take usually to find a truck parking? And this one was covered a little bit before. You can see there more than an hour, 51%. And one of the things that we get from our drivers, and I even get from carriers coming in, you know, you see the trucks. These trucks along the on and off ramps. It's not a first choice. That's secondary. They went to one, they went to two, and they finally just get to the point where, hey, I can't go anymore. What do I do? And they just stop. And I would say, much like others have said, it's a very dangerous proposition to have trucks on the on and off ramps. And then the last one that wasn't said, but it said, when is parking in the Atlanta region where it's more difficult to find available truck parking? You know, it's got the public rest stops, the private truck stops, and then the shipper and receiver. And you can see how that rates. I'm in Dalton, Georgia, predominantly where everything's manufactured. But you know, I'm moving a lot of those out of Savannah too. Why am I so concerned about Atlanta? Moving my loads out of Dalton. Because you know what? 80+% of my loads, I ship a lot of loads. Guess where they originate the final line? Georgia. Guess where I get my capacity? Guess why it matters to me when these drivers are having to manage their hours of service and they can't get in, they can't make that appointment, and they get in, they're already scheduled on a load up here. They've got loads planned 3 and 4 stacked of what their week's going to be. So when they miss it, and I miss it, it's just a waterfall. Now my customers miss their expected delivery. So that's where I think, you know, the attention that this thing is phenomenal. You should have said it at the start. Appreciate what you do.
And I think Senator Gooch has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, while you're on this topic, are you delivering to the stores, the retail stores, or are you deliver to a distribution center? Typically, where do your trucks go in Atlanta?
The trucks that I have responsibility for are going to obviously retailers, the end retailer. But most of what I'm talking about here would even be external customers. Because what I do is, from a private fleet perspective, I send my trucks all over, right? So I'm generating revenue to bring them back to it.
Who is an external customer?
Cal Off Cereal would be a huge, at one time. So what we do, all 4 coming out to our distribution centers, finished product, 1,000+ a week, not only on our truck, but overall.
So you're backhauling somebody else's goods?
That's absolutely
Okay.
correct. And we have a total sales effort around that as well. And so I can speak to it.
Can I ask you another question?
Yes.
If those facilities weren't all in Atlanta or all in Henry County, wouldn't that help? I mean, if some of these facilities were 20 or 30 miles outside that ring that we've heard about so much today?
Absolutely. And it brings to your point, from a carrier perspective, we talk about the focus on the driver, and I think you're seeing a lot of strategic planning when folks are putting the distribution centers in different places. And even from a carrier perspective, hey, they can keep them out of congested areas, and obviously there's a revenue piece there as well that you're looking at. But if they can do that, then they certainly do. Just much like they target the shippers, they offer flexibility. Drop, 24/7, in and out.
Right.
That's some of the proactive things that are going on that's sort of helping the cause.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
So you're hauling your product, but you're also common carrying too then, is what you're saying?
Correct. So if I look at it from a truckload intermodal perspective, 80% of my transfers are outsourced.
Okay.
My private fleet, the trucks which we own, and the rest portion.
Is Shaw privately held or y'all ESOP?
Private.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
Berkshire Hathaway.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
What incentive programs do you have for your drivers? Say, for safety incentive programs, do you have them in place?
Watch him, he's trying to hire drivers, so.
Only if they have hazmats.
They usually get a steak dinner from the Oakwood, that's usually how we keep it.
That works, that works. So yes, we do have the safety incentives and those in place, and there's obviously a number of different factors there that go into realizing whether they get that or not. And it's a big deal. You know, obviously, I consider us to be world-class in regards to safety. Our drivers are highly qualified coming in, which can make it a little more difficult in our hiring practices because we just don't take anybody. And I tell you actually what we had to do, a lot of complexities last year, so we had to start training our own drivers and offer opportunities to do some of the different employees in different areas, some of them drive truck. But I would think most carriers do have a safety incentive in place, along with some others as well. So I think, thank you much. I know I jumped around a little bit right there. I apologize for the upfront, maybe a slide or two under in there that I hope you present. But, when you look at it, because I do have driver responsibilities and I do have with all of nature, truckload and intermodal providers as well. Sometimes just when I'm changing practices around from a shipping perspective, I try to put myself in the city. What makes it a little bit easier to drive. And I think at the end, last 4 to 10 years, obviously automation's coming. We know that, maybe on a long line, all that'll take up, but I'm telling you, the professional truck drivers will move America. I'm passionate about that. Becca said that several times. Certainly appreciate her passion as well around that.
I know we have a couple of questions. We'll go ahead and get started on this end. I believe also after that, Senator Gooch.
So Derek Johnson with UPS. Appreciate the partnership. Sustainability's hit the industry pretty hard, right? I mean, carpet industry as well as probably on the flooring side, where it's a big topic of concern. How does that factor into your supply chain routing and/or decisions that are made?
Well, I think I'm a transportation guy, so I'm gonna highlight that. But from obviously from the sourcing perspective, we do look for smart-way carriers. They do have preferential, or how we run our procurement, there would be a bonus. Those that are paying very close attention to the fuel. And how are they improving their NPTs, things of that nature. If that's the question that you're asking.
Well, so I guess to elaborate, presentation prior to yours, we're talking about the increased need for speed. Most of probably your product are planned purchases. Do you see speed continuing to drive the supply chain, or is it efficiency and/or sustainability?
I would say from the customer's perspective today, speed is an all-time high. And I think it's no different than we asked ourselves today, what's our expectations when we order something? From a speed perspective. So I think there's more demand than ever before. And much like the importance that we're talking about, I mean, things have to move pretty quick.
Sure. Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator.
Talking about driver teams, do you see a lot of spouses driving in a truck, a lot of husband and wives?
I mean, I don't see many coming into the yards as well. I think the last stat I heard was 6% of driving force is female. So that's a true opportunity. And I think we've got some different fleets that are certainly pushing hard. And we're certainly trying to get any qualified driver would love to have more vehicles as well.
And if you could, talk about your drug policy for your drivers.
Well, I mean, our drug policy,
Mhm.
pretty simple.
So if they test for marijuana, you fire them?
Absolutely.
What about convicted felons? We heard it earlier.
And I'll tell you why it's a little bit different. I mean, for Shaw, it starts at 24. It's commercial. You start at 23. You have to be 24. And then with high qualifications, 0 points, no violations and whatnot to be able to go.
One last question. Truck weights. You have any issues with truck weights?
In what sense?
Some states allow weights higher than Georgia, correct? Do you see that? If we lifted the weight limits in Georgia on Georgia roads, would that help your business?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And obviously internally, it's something that we're always pressing.
Sorry,
No
Russell.
different than
Leading the witness.
Obviously to maximize the weights, but certainly from a market research perspective, if you really look at the numbers and you start looking at, I can tell you, you don't take 200 or 300 or 400 pounds, 50, 100 pounds, 150 pounds of truck makes a big difference when you're talking about a lot of volume. Yes, it would do. Very much.
Thank you.
His wife may want to drive with him, but
She don't like
Russell's not going to ride with him again, so.
Does that mean we're going to move it up by about 5,000?
Where do you stand on that, Senator?
What's that?
On truck weights?
I'm open to discuss all options to help the industry.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
What do you think about, excuse me, self-driving trucks?
And I think we have to ask a question when we think about automation in general. I think it's coming. You know, I attend a lot of different industry events, and I think there was one 4 or 5 years ago. We'd say about 2022, we're going to see. I mean, it's going to be all autonomous. I don't think that's the case. I think by what I see, I think that maybe the long haul, much like the intermodal product today, still going to have a lot of drags both in, a lot of specialization's got to happen there from a customer perspective. But it's coming, and I would say Shaw and any other shipper, might need to be capacity out there and take advantage of what we can. One of the things that we also say is, and ask a lot of questions and look at things differently, but freight's a major component of the sale, right? It's a major component of the sale. So you have to look at all options. And sometimes something may seem, why don't you do it this way? Do it this way. You may not sell properly. All right? So it's something we're very attentive to as well. Good question.
Do you run tankers for raw materials into your manufacturing facility?
We do. We have a very small tank.
Okay. And those drivers are
Shop.
hazmat, tanker qualified, all these different certifications?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It sounded, from your presentation in general, from a Shaw perspective, relating to freight, the three biggest issues that I took away from it was trying to recruit drivers, the driver shortage that's out there, the parking issue, which we've heard a lot about, which seems to be a growing problem, and then congestion, which all goes back to the satisfaction of the driver. If they're stuck in traffic for hours, they're not making the money per mile. It creates more of an opportunity for them to want to go somewhere else. Does that sum up kind of the key concerns you have?
It does, not just from, I was trying to say that, not just from the drivers, which were the Shaw badge, but the industry as a whole. Cook talked about, because I deal with these national carriers every day. Everything's pretty much the same. You look at our turnover rates, you look at the carrier for hire, we know it hovers over 100%, right? Over 100%. They spend
crazy amounts of money goes in the truck. But still with the same concern whether you're private fleet, whether the publicly traded guys is that drivers, don't pay disrespect. A lot of times you see the surveys, drivers don't respect. A lot of times we see that not being put in situations to where they're not going to make it. Congestion points, can't find a parking spot. And as I said, how do you value your time and how important it is to you that drivers are getting somebody else in this room. So I think that's how we have to look at it, to sure we get the maximum opportunity for potential when it comes to driving.
One last question for me. We've talked a lot about the freight moving by truck from Shaw, but what percentage of your product do you ship by rail that goes to port, that maybe goes out of the country to Chicago, out to the West Coast? What's the breakdown?
I can tell you it's less than 10%, and at one time it was much more than that. Much more than that. But service and predictability from the intermodal perspective, rail, we have someone in there just put us in a position to where we could utilize the service.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Commissioner.
Ben, can you speak to talking about your fleet and sort of the technology question of your crystal ball? What do you see as fleet transitioning to electric vehicles? There's a lot of work being done, a lot of manufacturers. You got any projections?
I don't. We look at the alternative methods, and alternative fuels, and that's something that we look at routinely. We're currently doing that today. Now, I would say from the Shaw perspective, it's got to make sense. And we'll even, I say be a little aggressive there, and I've seen some other things as well. But we just haven't been able to put the folks together.
Still a little early.
What are you seeing in the
Well, that's why I'm asking. I mean, I follow the transportation topics and things like that. And there's just a lot of buzz around EV tractors. Just that you got some same kind of thing on the autonomous discussion or presuming the technology is there, but it's definitely got to make a business sense. That ultimately has an impact on the revenue and funding.
What is the biggest issue right now?
You've got late call, let's say put it in an application to where it slips in operation 24/7. Because it's no different from a lot of other slips. So when you get an opportunity to charge, who's going to charge, where's the charging station? How's the infrastructure set up to be able to, a lot of those questions still exist out there. I think it's really what makes folks a little nervous about going forward.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you. All right, well, that's our last presenter of the day. Before we end, does any of the commission members have any comments or questions or general statements?
I need to make one comment.
As bad as I hate to do it, I'm going to recognize Senator Gooch.
I've been accused of asking a lot of questions today about marijuana. I just wanted to set the record straight that I am not advocating for marijuana in Georgia. In fact, I'm the only legislator at the table that voted against the marijuana bill last year, so we'll just leave it there. But I asked the question simply because I'm concerned about where we're going in this country. We hear all of these stories from our industry folks on how hard it is to recruit people. And I understand other states have legalized marijuana, and I just think that that is a major concern for a lot of our businesses and industry folks. And so I asked the question to get a perspective from them. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to ask one final question or make one final comment.
I'm not sure that was a question, but thank you. Yes, sir, Tom.
Chairman, if I may, I might suggest to help minimize this in the future that Senator Gooch bring his spouse along to future meetings, just like he would have her in the truck with him if he's a long-haul driver.
He does act a lot different when she's around.
She doesn't have a seat.
Any other questions? All right, with that, remember our next meeting again, November 19th and 20th. We'll get an agenda out and details will go out next week. Roster for this meeting will be submitted. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to end 3.5 minutes early. So we are adjourned. Thank you.
Efficient, Mr. Chairman.